Okay, everyone, good evening, and thank you for joining us today. This is the Town Council regular meeting. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act. This meeting was included in the annual notice of the meeting schedule as set forth in Resolution R-23-277, adopted by the Township Council as regular meeting of November 21st, 2023, advertised in the official newspaper on December 21st, 2023, December 18th, 2023, and January 4th, 2024, posted on the bulletin boards outside the municipal building, and has remained continuously posted there. In addition, a copy of this annual notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of the Township Clerk. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councillor Cummings?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Present.
Councillor Price Abrams?
Present.
Councillor Russo?
Present.
Councillor Schlager?
Here.
Councillor Terry?
Present.
Mayor Spiller?
Present. Thank you very much. We'll move the agenda with flexibility. First, before I do give the State of the Township address, I do just want to take a moment and why I rushed over here. I was just had the opportunity to visit with somebody that I consider a friend, Sheriff Berdnik in Passaic County. Had the opportunity as a high school science teacher teaching forensic science. We worked and partnered with the Sheriff's Department to help teach that course. They would come in and help us, help the students learn about different crime scenes and so many other things, and really built a relationship. And somebody who I know really was committed to our students. He'd always help support the valedictorian, salutatorian breakfast that we would do, and it was just such a good guy. And so with that, it's just such a tragic loss, and certainly I think an opportunity for us to highlight here the work that we all need to do to make sure that we have the supports in place for people who need them when they need them. And it's just an important reminder of that, and to make sure we're checking in on everybody at all times. So with that, I would like to start with just a moment of silence for Sheriff Berdnik in Passaic County, please. Thank you. Well, good evening, everyone. At the outset of each of the past 3 years, it has been my pleasure and privilege to provide my colleagues and Montclair residents with an update on the state of our township. Our reputation here in Montclair has been built by generations of residents who have come together to shape what our township values and the principles that we honor. It has been built of a town that knows that leading progressive communities in our state and our nation can be examples for so many. We are a community known for diversity and culture, for our vibrant downtown and beautiful tree-lined streets. We are known for our engaged and distinguished citizenry and our world-class public schools. People from all walks of life, races, and religions have worked side by side to thread the rich tapestry that makes up our community. These qualities are what draw so many of us to Montclair. When my wife Lauren and I discussed putting down roots in a progressive, cosmopolitan town to start our family, we knew we didn't have to look any further than where we already lived. We have made Montclair our home and our lives here. I'm grateful that my two sons will be able to grow up in a community that welcomes them with open arms. There's no question that living in Montclair has its charms and its privileges. Living in Montclair also comes with responsibilities. Montclair is more than just a place, it's an ideal, and it must be nurtured and protected. As residents and as public servants, we are caretakers of this special town. Just like our physical infrastructure, sustaining the values that form the bedrock of our township takes continuous care and investment. The last few years have been beset by challenges. Some are shared by our nation and the world, and some are unique to our community. We've gone through a global pandemic, faced down an extremist administration in Washington, and we've been forced to grapple with the implications of our own prosperity, both the opportunities it affords and the struggles it can create. Navigating change is never easy or straightforward. Change, however, as unsettling as it may be at times, is inevitable. In the face of change, how can we as a community make sure that what we're moving towards is a brighter future, deeply rooted in our ideals and not veering from our core values? Each successive set of stewards in this community must carry with them a compass that guides the way. Our compass is set by the efforts of those who came before us and the promises that we make to our children. It directs us forward, keeping our aim fixed firmly on our values. If we follow our compass and remain true to our ideals, we can together deliver our precious community safely intact for the next generation. In recent years, Montclair has been fortunate to see an influx of investment and prosperity. This influx has meant new opportunities for our township and has created some new obstacles. We've seen new and exciting development and innovative repurposing of commercial space. The Wellmont Arts Plaza is bustling this year, already serving as a hub for arts and culture. New restaurants and small businesses are opening at record pace, reinvigorating our retail corridor. From Bloomfield Avenue to Valley Road to Walnut Street to Watchung Plaza to the South End, Montclair's commercial districts are alive with activity, commerce, and community. This year alone, new business openings numbered at least 49 here in Montclair. Accolades continue to roll in, including one from Travel and Leisure magazine, who affirmed Montclair's status as one of the top 10 places to live in New Jersey. This has never been more obvious to us than we see the demand to live in our community. So it's no surprise that our residential housing market has been on quite a tear, with home prices at record levels. On one hand, this economic growth is a testament to the work we've done together, preserving and enhancing the desirability of our township. Alongside prosperity, this vitality has also brought with it challenges for so many longtime residents, especially renters. Diversity is now being pressured by the demand it helped create. Navigating the changing landscape while remaining firmly anchored in our values is one of the key roles of local government. I cannot thank enough the work of our residents on countless committees and groups, like our Planning Board, Library Board, Environmental Commission, our seniors, and so many others, each offering guidance and support to our township. That's also why, alongside residents, advocates, and my council colleagues, I'm proud to have helped lead an effort to pass the first ever common sense rent control ordinance in Montclair's history. Codifying rent control was a product of years of research and advocacy and provides residents a measure of protection, especially our seniors. Renters will no longer be subject to double-digit year-over-year increases in rent, allowing families to plan for the future and continue to call Montclair their home. Since enacting this law, we've added a full-time rent control office to make sure that new regulations are faithfully and uniformly implemented. Montclair's rent control ordinance is an example of forward-thinking public policies that our town prides itself on. We're showing that prosperity need not come at the expense of diversity, that a thriving economy and progressive values go hand in hand. We're demonstrating that once again, the state of our township is strong. Not only does Montclair look to the future, we preserve our past, and our rich storied history is proof. Last year, a group of residents embarked on a mission to preserve an iconic piece of that history. The James Howe House on Claremont Avenue has stood as a testament to Montclair's fight to secure racial justice. One of the oldest homes owned by an African American, the Howe House tells a story of struggle from slavery to freedom. Preserving this piece of Montclair and African American history became a unifying cause for our community, led by a dedicated and resourceful group of volunteers who came together to form the Friends of the Howe House. Through their efforts, and with support from our community, the Howe House and all it represents is now preserved for prosperity. I want to thank all the members of the Friends of the Howe House for spearheading this project, and from the entire Montclair community, we say thank you. Honoring and preserving our past is the key to securing our future. Montclair is fortunate to have so many dedicated residents and leaders who have shaped our community, and none more dedicated than the late Al Pelham. As many of you know, Al Pelham was a pillar in the Montclair community for decades. Mr. Pelham served as president of the Montclair NAACP, executive director of the Montclair Neighborhood Development Corporation, and as a mentor for so many. Mr. Pelham was also a guiding force behind Project Oasis, a basketball but educational program based in Glenfield Park to provide positive opportunities for our youth. To honor Mr. Pelham's life and his contributions to Montclair, it was fitting that a number of us here were able to gather with government partners from Essex County to dedicate the sports complex in Glenfield Park in his honor. The basketball courts and recreational facilities where Al Pelham impacted so many lives now bears his name. The Albert E. Pelham Sports Complex will continue to serve Montclair residents and honor Mr. Pelham's legacy for years to come. Mr. Pelham worked to serve children, from many different backgrounds. He celebrated and nurtured their diversity. Montclair is proud of our history celebrating diversity and continued commitment to supporting diverse communities and upholding the ideals and compassion Mr. Pelham showed towards us. And today we're continuing to build on that legacy of inclusion and diversity. In Montclair, we know that our differences make us stronger. Again this year, I was proud to attend the Montclair AAPI Lantern Festival in Edgemont Park, and for those of us who were there, we witnessed a moving event where we were given the opportunity to come together. We honored the many contributions of our AAPI community and remembered those who have lost their lives or were harmed, treated poorly, and experienced violence and injustice, including anti-Asian hate. Others face these challenges and threats of violence as well. Our Jewish community was subject to the hate and discrimination that so many saw last year. In the wake of anti-Semitic violence in Bloomfield and threats of violence throughout the state, my council colleagues and I worked with our partners at the county and state level to ensure resources were deployed to protect our Jewish neighbors. Montclair Police stood watch outside our local synagogues and kept our worshipers safe, sending the message that Montclair will not be intimidated. This is a commitment that my council, my colleagues, the great men and women who work in this township are part of, a commitment to making sure that we stand together, that we support one another. This is the commitment that my council colleagues and I affirmed when we joined communities throughout the state and signed on to the Standing Up for the Others pledge. Montclair will always stand up for others, always stand up for each other against hate, violence, and discrimination. And now let me turn to another top priority, ensuring Montclair is on sound financial footing. A solid fiscal foundation means balancing the spending priorities of today with sustainable future for tomorrow. As a result of careful planning and prudent management, we've been able to make monumental strides. During my terms as 3rd Ward Representative and Mayor, we've reduced our municipal debt by more than $75 million, earning the community a AAA bond rating. In a time when most municipalities throughout the state saw their debt burden increase year after year, we continue to reduce Montclair's debt. The debt reduction and the bond rating has earned us have translated directly into savings for taxpayers and critical investments in our community. When it comes to investing in our community, improving or enhancing our physical infrastructure has been a top priority. We have paved roads at a record pace. We've replaced substantial portions of our water infrastructure, increasing its resilience. We've improved traffic flow, added much-needed parking, and launched initiatives to provide safe paths for bicycles, their riders, pedestrians, and motorists to share the streets in this great town. This includes walkability as an intrinsic part of our township. But sadly, we see, as we did this past year, when our township suffered the tragic loss of one of our neighbors who was killed crossing her own street, that as a community, we can and we must do better to ensure pedestrians can safely navigate our town. In May 2023, the council and I voted to create a Vision Zero task force with the goal of eliminating all pedestrian and cyclist-involved crashes in Montclair by 2028. This is ambitious, but a necessary goal that will require a broad-based approach accounting for streetscape, signage, speed limits, and more. The safety of our residents is of greatest importance. And as you've heard me say before, while we are proud of our improvements, our work is never done. Some of our plans and projects have already been put into motion, and others continue as that work in progress goes forward. We will continue to improve our roads, see the benefits of increased parking, and add more electric vehicle charging stations. We will look to examine the streetscape as a way to help ensure public safety. We are aggressively upgrading our sewer lines and replacing our lead pipes, but also managing our stormwater infrastructure to help reduce flooding. We are committed to improvements to our public buildings, creating the Senior and Community Center, and to providing safe and an updated public safety building. Our minds are set on resident and pedestrian safety through supporting and implementing Vision Zero, being conscious of our actions on the environment, and providing ample spaces for our community to gather safely. We have beautiful parks, wonderful festivals, and thriving small businesses. All of these factors result in better experiences that support the health, happiness, comfort, safety, and security of our residents and visitors. And we will continue to work with our community partners to look after the well-being of our fellow residents. It is the type of support that we see when helping Tony's Kitchen put together meals or serving dishes for those in need. I was proud to help secure more than $600,000 in state aid to sustain their efforts during the pandemic, but we know that the need has continually grown, and we must do everything in our power to make sure that the team at Tony's Kitchen has the resources they need to carry out their vital mission, and that we create supports for families so that they can achieve a sense of food security, housing security, and economic security. But it is also providing a space to shelter during the cold winter months and the supports needed to get Alice families to a better place. And yet, sadly, for all the good we see, all the things we share, all the things we help create, the world we live in can be a tumultuous place. The national political climate is on edge, and amid this uncertainty, it is more important than ever that places like Montclair exist. Our work to create a sustainable community not only benefits us, but shows communities everywhere what is possible. Diverse groups of people living in harmony, overall municipal debt reduction, critical investments in infrastructure, protection for vulnerable groups, and still a thriving economy. Each of us is here tonight because we deeply understand how special this community is. We may differ on issues of policy, but we are bound together by the shared love for this township and the respect for one another. I want to thank each of you, each and every one of you, for taking the time to be here this evening and for taking an active role in the future of our community. I thank you all, and may God bless Montclair and our great nation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. With that, we will move next to our proclamations. And Councilman Terry, if I'll ask you to please do the honors.
Thank you very much, Mayor. It's quite an honor. First of all, I want to say hello to all my colleagues, many of them who I had the opportunity to work with over the years. It's good to see many of them here tonight. And as we honor Mr. McGrath, his father is here, who actually I went to school with and ran track with back in the day. It's good to see you here, sir, also. Officer McGrath, the sworn officer of the Township of Montclair, play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of our residents in and out of the community. And it is important to know and understand the problems, duties, and responsibilities of law enforcement, and that numbers of such agencies recognize their duty to serve people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence and disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression. On October 5th, 2023, Officer Scott McGrath was off duty and traveling westbound on Eagle Rock Avenue in his personal vehicle in the Township of West Orange. He was accompanied by his wife and 2 juvenile children. While driving west on Eagle Rock Avenue, he observed a vehicle that was stopped with its hazard lights on in the middle of the road, causing a traffic jam near the corner of Eagle Rock Avenue and Conforti Avenue. Michelle Moriarty was standing in front of the car, so Officer McGrath pulled over in front of her and exited his vehicle, assuming she was having car issues. And upon exiting the vehicle, Mrs. Moriarty was screaming for help. He ran over to inspect what the issue was. Once he got to her car, she was screaming that her friend, James Brown, who was in the front passenger seat, just went limp and was not breathing or responding. Officer McGrath immediately started assessing Mr. Brown's condition and did not feel a pulse. Mr. Brown was fully unresponsive, and Ms. Moriarty was on the phone with West Orange 911. Officer McGrath advised her to tell the dispatch that he was an off-duty police officer from Montclair and that he was initiating CPR. Officer McGrath took Mr. Brown out of the car and placed him on the side of the road where he checked for signs of breathing or pulse. Both were negative. CPR was started and continued, and approximately 3 to 5 minutes until Mr. Brown started very shallow breaths. He also regained a faint pulse. A police officer, from West Orange arrived on the scene and took CPR while Officer McGrath remained on the scene assisting. Eventually, the medics and ambulance arrived, at which time they hooked up an AED to Mr. Brown. Several shocks were advised. Mr. Brown was then placed in the ambulance and taken to the hospital. On October 8th, 2023, Officer McGrath was updated with the news that Mr. Brown is now full off the respirator with no brain damage and has completed feeling all of his extremities. The doctors believe he had suffered a massive heart attack while in the car. Now and therefore, the mayor and council of the Township of Montclair hereby recognizes Officer Scott McGrath for his bravery and his selfishness while off duty, and join the police department in congratulating him on his exceptional police work and his dedication to duty.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I'm Michelle Moriarty, and I have to tell you that the Montclair Police Department is so fortunate to have an officer as Scott McGrath on your force. He went above and beyond, and if it wasn't for him, I would not be standing here talking to anybody this evening. Now, we've adopted him into our family, him and his wife and children, so now you're spending Christmas with them. But no, he's unbelievable, and he just is an amazing man. And we now have a nice friendship going on with him and his wife, so thank you again. James can't be here this evening because he's in Morristown Memorial. He took a very bad fall and went into congestive heart failure again, but he's going to be operated on February 16th for open heart surgery. So, Scott, thank you again for everything.
I also want to commend Officer McGrath for your off-duty actions in saving Mr. Brown's life. Your dedication to this department is a credit to you. Everyone who doesn't know, Scott's born and raised in Montclair. He's a Marine, 2002 to 2008, served in Iraq. He's an FTO in the Department of Field Training Officer. He's on the CRT team. And if you just look around the room, the SOA and the PBA members here, he's respected the whole department. That's a credit to you, Scott. You're just a great individual, and we appreciate everything you do. I do want to say one other thing, too. For all the guys out there and the men and women out there, every day they come to work, and they've had many life-saving jobs. CPR, preventing people from choking, AED, countless Narcan saves, helping people in crisis. The only reason they're not up here is because those jobs happen on work, and they understand that, and they appreciate that. But again, Scott, awesome job. Mayor, council, I want to thank you for taking the time to do this. Angelise, I know you preparing this. Thank you so much. Mr. Murphy, anything to do with it? Thank you. But thank you again, and thank you, Scott, for your commitment to this job. Thank you.
Don't make any funny faces back there. I'm humbled by the turnout. This is awesome to see all my brothers and sisters out there. It feels weird to give a speech. I didn't plan on it, but it's not celebrating me. It's celebrating the life of James because he's still around. And I wish he was here. He's a funny guy. He's actually a Navy veteran too, so it was great I could help out a fellow veteran. We talk weekly, get fellow updates all the time, and like to piggyback off what the chief said. My brothers and sisters in the back, they do this stuff every day. Most of these people have done more CPR than they can even count. I just happened to be going fishing that day with my family, and I was in the right place at the right time. So it worked out, but just keep in mind that these guys, we do this stuff every day, and I didn't even really tell anyone about it because that's what we do. It's instinct. And if any one of these guys were driving by her while 100 cars passed her, I happen to be the one that stopped. And while I'm doing CPR, another 100 cars pass and nobody stops. So I know none of these guys would do that, and that's why they're here. And we're just showing our brotherhood. And thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, and thank you, Chiefs. I appreciate the award.
He's a great guy. He's a great officer. God bless. Thanks so much.
All right, we do have next 3 proclamations. I'll ask our Deputy Mayor. Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. These are for the 3 Eagle Scouts. Is there anyone here this evening for the Eagle Scout proclamations? Seeing no one, Mr. Mayor, I'll just quickly go through the names, if that's all right. These 3 Eagle Scouts are all from Troop 12 here in Montclair, which is one of the oldest troops in the country, quite frankly. And we have 3 Eagle Scout candidates who will be full Eagles, and that is Michael Hadley, Aiden Kwiatkowski, Liam Varnellis. So we will present these at the appropriate ceremony, which will be coming up for Troop 12. Always a pleasure to do this, and we've done many of these, Mr. Mayor, over the years together. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, and these are the proclamations.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe. Congratulations. Okay, with that, next we will go to Mr. LaPolla, to you, and welcoming Chief Conforti to come up and present. So I'll welcome him up, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Chief Conforti is here with the deputy chief and other members of the force to make a presentation on the very popular issue of traffic accidents and what the police force has been doing in response to these issues. I'll turn it over to the chief.
Okay, first, could you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. First, here with me today, I have Lieutenant Stephanie Ignezzo. She oversees the Traffic Bureau, and for those who don't know, she's also assigned up at the Essex County Police Academy. She does a great job representing Montclair to all new recruits that come through there. And then I have Captain Rob Ramita with me. I brought Rob here today because I felt he can give a good perspective on a daily basis of what he sees in patrol, as well as Rob is the OEM and counterterrorism coordinator for the department, for those who don't know. Obviously, he's been very busy over the last few months with information with the Israel-Palestine crisis. And then obviously my partner over here, DC Young. So why are we here today? In response to the concerns that we've been hearing, I had requested to come to the meeting because I felt the need to address the public on some of the things that we were hearing. But before we talk about what we're doing in terms of enforcement and on a plan moving forward, I do want to go back a little bit and talk about what was happening before the pandemic. And the first thing I want to dispel right now is there's this perception or this belief that we're experiencing more accidents now than we ever had before. That's not true. If you look at 2023, we had more accidents prior to COVID at a time when we're issuing more summonses. Because there's a belief if we issue more summonses, the accidents are going to automatically come down, and that's just not the case. So if we exclude the COVID years, and when I say the COVID years, I count 20, 21, and 22 because those years in 22 we're still having concerns regarding COVID. Over the last 15 years, we've consistently been in the same range of motor vehicle accidents between 1,300 and 1,500 total accidents, with 1,361 total accidents in 2023. However, all 5 years prior to the pandemic were higher than we had in 2003, with the highest number recorded in 2015, with 1,505 total accidents. Now, I'm not saying that that's a good number. I'm not saying that's a bad number. I'm not okay with that. Of course, we want to see the accidents come down. Of course, we do not want people injured. But The point I do want to make is we're going to have to rely on not just on enforcement to make the streets safer or to change people's behavior. It's going to take much more. And I think that's why bringing Lieutenant Gnezzel here today, she could talk about some of the things that we do. But I do want her to talk a little bit about accidents before we go any further.
Thank you, Chief. Mayor, Council, Mr. LaPola, good evening. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here tonight. So I just wanted to touch on a little bit about crash data. So as the chief mentioned, although it may not be the desired number that you know, or it may not seem like the most desired number, it is important to note that we are trending downward with our total crashes, with our total pedestrian crashes, compared to our pre-COVID numbers. And when we look at the increase in the amount of development that we've had in town, that brings with it many more residents, more businesses. So we are bringing more vehicular and pedestrian traffic to town. So when you look at the number as a whole, we haven't increased where it could be expected to be increased at that point because of the development. So again, while it may not be the desired number, or there, you know, if there is a desired number, and we are working again with the Vision Zero Task Force to try to make that happen, we are trending in the right direction. As far as our pedestrian crashes, I think there is a misconception that it's usually speed that is associated or as a contributing factor with most of our pedestrian crashes, it's just not true. When we look at the data, most of our pedestrian crashes occur during the day in normal dry conditions, when people are out walking around. That's not always the case, but that's the trend that we're seeing. We continue to conduct our decoy operations under our pedestrian safety grant that we have been lucky to receive every year since 2008. We were actually one of the pilot programs. Montclair and South Orange were the pilot programs to get that program and grant funding underway. So we're proud to be a pioneer in pedestrian safety in that regard. But our decoy operations, sometimes we do them as a warning campaign because the educational component is just as important as the enforcement. So when we do these warning campaigns, we do hand out warning cards that actually have the information on them so that people understand what the statutes are to protect pedestrians. We have also discovered that not all of our pedestrian crashes are the driver's fault. So we do have a lot of educational efforts still to be made on both sides. It's both the driver and the pedestrian's responsibilities. Pedestrians have to realize that they have a responsibility to make sure that they cross with due regard for their own safety. That being said, most of our enforcement efforts are geared towards our motor vehicle because we know in a motor vehicle versus a pedestrian crash that the pedestrian has much more to lose injury-wise. So our efforts are concentrated towards changing driver behavior. The other trend that we are seeing is that, and when we look at the crash data and compare our pedestrian crash reports, we're seeing a lot of left turn conflicts. The left turns at intersections seem to be the contributing circumstance, not yielding the right of way to the pedestrian when we do see the driver at fault. So one of the things that we would like to do this year, and I would like to initiate this in conjunction working with the township and with the county, because it has to do with our county roads as well, is to implement a warning sign, something as simple and very cost effective. It's putting signs up, but having like, an educational component along with it. Just putting signs up at intersections saying, please watch for pedestrians before turning, because that really seems to be one of the things that we're seeing as the biggest contributing factor. So again, that's just one of the initiatives. Maybe that's something we can even work with the Vision Zero Task Force with to make happen. And we will be looking to the township and the county for support in making this initiative happen.
Thanks, Chief.
So, just getting back a little bit prior to the pandemic. So in 2020, two major events occurred. We had the COVID pandemic, and we had the homicide of George Floyd, which affected how we police. During the COVID pandemic, less people were on the roadway, with more people working from home. Many residents expressed concerns for being stopped by the police, afraid that they may catch the virus due to exposure from the officer by talking or exchanging documents. The department respected the community's requests, which caused less interaction with motorists. You want anything that will?
Just with the COVID pandemic, as we all know, COVID was hard on all of us. Officers were worried about getting sick. We were worried about them getting sick, and ourselves as well. And even worse, we were worried about, as well as all the officers, about getting sick and taking something home to your families. The pandemic was really devastating for many, and I can speak on that personally. Officers and their families, unfortunately, were not exempt, but we couldn't stay home. We had to be at work. So sadly, too many of us attended too many funerals during the COVID pandemic. It was a great concern, the chief and I, to keep the officers' exposure as low as possible. So obviously proactive traffic stops were pretty much halted at that point unless the violations were deemed to be egregious, something that had to be addressed. And despite our efforts keeping everybody healthy, we got hit, and we got hit pretty hard during the COVID pandemic. So that also affected our enforcement activity as well.
So as a result of police reform after the death of George Floyd, thousands protested in Montclair and called the department demanding less interaction from police. It was clear that the public did not want any type of proactive policing, which included stopping cars. There were discussions about not having the police in schools, changes in our use of force policies, training, hiring practices, and having mandatory body cameras. There are also talks around the country and in Montclair about not stopping motor vehicles for minor motor vehicle violations due to the potential of having an unnecessary confrontation with a motorist. And just looking back now, I can't tell you how many meetings the deputy chief and I attended after the George Floyd incident. And it was a very clear message to us that no one, and again, these weren't issues happening in Montclair, but because they were happening around the country, we attended meetings and we invited many people to speak to us. But it was still very clear to us, nobody wanted any type of proactive policing. And again, that includes pulling cars over. It was a clear message to me, and that went on for quite some time. You want to talk about?
With regard to police reform, we saw many policy changes, AG guideline updates, additional requirements with crisis intervention training. Body cameras became mandatory, just to name a few. Officers had to be trained and retrained. Equipment had to be purchased and subsequently deployed. All were steps that Chief and I felt were important that we needed to have in place before we started our re-engagement campaign in motor vehicle enforcement.
So by the end of 2022 and through 2023, we felt that enough time had passed to have officers be more proactive in their motor vehicle enforcement. And deciding to be more proactive, we took into consideration that all motor vehicle stops are video recorded and the stop data is reviewed to ensure that the stops are violation-driven and not caused by race or other factors. Officers are also fully trained in wearing body cameras, which are not only great for transparency, but help protect the officers from false complaints. DC, you want to go over to?
Yes, with the stop data, we've been tracking our stop data here in Montclair well before it became mandatory, but probably late 90s, early 2000s. Our data demonstrates clearly that our stops are violation-driven and not influenced by any other factors, i.e. race, ethnicity, gender, type of car, etc. This data is reviewed monthly. I generate a quarterly report. Me and the chief review that report, and it's sent to Internal Affairs as well. And during our tenure, Chief and I, we have sat with the NAACP and the Civil Rights Commission and gone over some of this data as well. I can touch a little bit on about the enforcement.
Yeah.
We strongly encourage the officers to conduct motor vehicle enforcement. However, officers do have discretion in writing a motor vehicle summons. Discretion is essential to the patrol function, the community-police relationship, and it is essentially at the core of educating the public at the ground level with regard to traffic laws. And that is especially poignant with our young drivers out here. We don't need to be sending all of our young drivers home. They just got their licenses with tickets for mom and dad to pay for. And I hope guys can understand that. Enforcement is the absolute function of the department. However, it must be done smartly. It's got to be done equitably across the township. As we answer complaints, follow the data derived from our traffic studies and observation and complaints from the public as well. And just to answer some of the concerns we heard prior, to have officers out there beating people in the head for minor motor vehicle violations, it doesn't make sense. It absolutely doesn't make sense. For minor vehicle infractions, that, as we know, the police reform has been at the root cause of some of those conflicts between police and citizens. So needless to say, that's been proven across the country, and it's not a healthy practice. We feel, Chief and I, that we're here to work with the citizenry. We're not here to be an occupying force over the citizenry. And that's where the education component comes into play. We play a part in that as well. And regarding enforcement activity, I meet regularly with our bureau commanders and our tour commanders weekly. We discuss trends. We direct our enforcement activities as we see fit. However, there's much more to an officer's day than doing motor vehicle violations. The captain will touch on a little bit of that momentarily. It's crucial that we maintain a balance of between what we need to do, what we must do, and what people want us to do. That's critical. And as Chief Conforti explained, there were many factors which impacted us during the previous 3 years. Understanding our needs, making sensible adjustments to get back to optimal levels, that is where our focus is, and that's where it's been. We have additional training ongoing, new and updated equipment pending, and we're moving in that direction.
Good. So based on everything that led up to this point, we felt that the best way to re-engage with the public was to continue to respond to calls for service and to increase traffic enforcement, focusing on the only more serious traffic violations. In 2023, we stopped 5,873 vehicles and conducted numerous traffic-related details funded by grants. We issued 2,769 moving violations, which included 20 DUI arrests and 1,066 parking tickets. Starting in January 2024 and moving forward, we have increased enforcement. We recently assigned another officer to the Traffic Bureau and are in the process of purchasing more radar units using forfeiture funds. From January 1st through January 29th, so less than a month, we have conducted 1,074 motor vehicle stops, issued 675 moving violations, 125 parking tickets, and have continued to assign officers to the traffic-related details. I'm confident that it was important that we listened to the community's concerns during the pandemic and after the death of George Floyd. Based on everything that was going on with police reform, everyone on a heightened alert during the pandemic, we feel that now we're at the right time to increase enforcement and hopefully get back to the levels that where we were prior to the pandemic. Do you want to add before I go into stuff?
Just basically, again, we feel it's our responsibility to balance the needs of the community as well as our enforcement activities. Our re-engagement has been very positive thus far. We continue to see results. We've increased enforcement, maintained positive relations in the community at the same time. That is our goal. You know, we're here with a great team. We have an awesome group of officers standing behind me, and even those who obviously can't be here, but we couldn't be prouder of the work that they do out there, and they put their best foot forward every day. We encourage them to go out there and do their best, and they put that sleeve of compassion on when they leave the building, and you need that in policing today. There was a young officer when I was first hired back in 1993 who sat me down and said, you know, I've been here for a little while. You know, I grew up in this town, and no matter what you learn, don't you ever forget when you leave this building, don't lose your compassion for people. And he's still here with us today. So I have not.
Just one more thing I want to add to that. I know it was mentioned at a council meeting that there was a culture of not writing tickets. And again, based on the numbers that I just read to you, that's truly not the case. I hope that they're listening and understand that this was done by design to balance the needs of the community while at the same time ensuring the safety of this township. And I'm proud of the way we brought them through the pandemic reform into time now where we're comfortable issuing summonses and stopping motor vehicles. I think I'm going to turn over to Lieutenant Nezzo at this time to go over a few things.
Thanks, Chief. So we are very fortunate that we have a traffic bureau. I'm very fortunate. And we've been able to continue. A lot of departments have gotten rid of certain bureaus and, throughout the years, and when certain things happen, we're very fortunate we have an administration who has allowed it to grow. And now, as the chief stated, we are getting back into our normal, what I would consider our traffic bureau responsibilities. They haven't stopped, but now they're definitely picking up much more. Although I know that we are, in the Traffic Bureau, responsible for enforcement, of course, there are many other responsibilities, daily responsibilities that myself and the officers in our Bureau are responsible for. So I just wanted to go through a few of those things to give you a little bit of an overview to know that it isn't just enforcement. It's not just enforcement. It's not just education that we do. That is a part of it, but there definitely is more. I've been fortunate to be the Traffic Bureau Commander for almost 14 years now. I supervise 4 officers that are out on the road, motor officers. We just got our 4th, thank you, Chief. And there's an officer and a secretary in our office who are assigned to our Traffic Bureau office. So I oversee the review and approval of all crash reports that are generated annually, and we have mentioned those numbers, so that can be upwards of 1,400 to 1,500 crash reports a year. We oversee the permit process. We issue dumpster permits, temporary handicap placard permits. The film permits also, we work in conjunction with our uniform division office, so a lot of those permits and applications come through our office initially, and we are part of that review process. We ensure all summonses are properly entered into our LawSoft records management system, and ensure that the crash reports are also entered and accounted for and properly entered. I apply for and administer all the traffic safety grants that are awarded to the township. Currently, we have 5 that we receive every year. Sometimes that number, we do get other opportunities to apply for other grants as well. One of them is one of the grants that we've created as a comprehensive grant due to proving that, or showing that we had some issue in town, and we use that as enforcement funds. I'll get into some of the grant stuff in a little bit. But this basically includes the application, administering the grant, everything from scheduling the details to submitting progress reports, reimbursement requests. And I'm also the police department liaison or designee for any traffic-related meetings with township groups such as Vision Zero Task Force. So we wouldn't be able to complete the many tasks in our bureau if we didn't have the proper equipment and vehicles. So we maintain our police department motors, motorcycle equipment, all of our speed enforcement equipment. So I know we talked about a little bit of enforcement. Our radar enforcement can't be done if we don't have the proper equipment. We have different kinds of radars. They have to be calibrated to ensure that we're doing everything on our end to make sure if it's needed for later court purposes, discovery purposes. So our bureau is responsible for maintaining all of that equipment. Our alcohol and drug testing equipment, which includes the instrument, making sure that stays calibrated annually. There's parts to it that have to get sent out to get calibrated, so there's a lot of moving parts with all of the equipment that we maintain. Our temporary traffic control equipment, which is not just used by the Traffic Bureau, it's used department-wide. That's the traffic cones, barricades, anything like that is handled through our bureau. Our variable message signs, some of you may have seen that recently deployed on Upper Mountain. So we use that for important traffic messages, but it's not just a matter of, it's something that seems like it should be simple. It takes programming by the officers. It has to be hooked up to a trailer. So it is something that does tend to take a little bit more time than just dropping off a trailer. But we do use that to obviously post important traffic safety messages throughout town. And finally, our Jamar boxes is what our speed study equipment is called. So we maintain, deploy, and produce our reports based on the traffic studies that we use those for. We also have our crossing guard program. All of our crossing guards are, whether it's hiring, scheduling, making sure, ensuring crossing posts are covered on a daily basis. That's all done by the officer in our office. And we do conduct periodic crossing surveys to determine whether either we need to maybe eliminate a crossing, which we obviously try not to do. We want to make sure that we have everything covered. I wish we could put a crossing guard at every corner in town, but it is important to stay on top of things like that. We do that proactively. Sometimes we do get a request or a complaint. So we will definitely use that also to see if we need additional, which we've done recently, need additional guards anywhere else in town as needs change. Traffic control. So many calls that we receive traffic complaints and parking complaints or issues that we deal with, and many of the calls that we receive in the office are also from construction vendors or film shoot, vendors that need to speak to somebody to see if there is a need for traffic control. Ultimately, our job is to make sure that everybody in town, the streets are safe, so public safety comes first. So we do determine the need for any traffic control and also to stay apprised of any construction projects that may affect traffic in town and make sure there's no conflict with other projects that might be going on. We attend the event planning meetings to determine the need for traffic control and security for large-scale events, such as the festivals that we have in town, our runs that are hosted in town. So we establish what traffic safety is needed that will cause the least amount of disruption for residents and businesses. Along those lines, our side jobs, again, we work in conjunction with our uniform division office, but we determine the need for traffic control on any of those construction or road jobs and assist with the distribution of side jobs through our extra duty solutions company. And if needed, our office also activates any callback lists if we know that those jobs aren't filled, but there's a need for those for matter of public safety that a callback list is activated. Also, schedule and maintain training. All the equipment is no good if we don't have officers that are trained to use it, and those require certain recertifications, annual or biennial, that have to be, they have to attend. And we schedule also and maintain all training files for any crash-related training. So we have officers that are a little bit more experienced in handling crash investigations. Our enforcement, so we do monitor the traffic productivity on a regular basis, report monthly summons reports, department-wide. And part of this is also administering the grant enforcement activities and operations, and providing the officers with any new motor vehicle commission updates. To our education component, again, you can't just do it on enforcement alone. We do need to continue with the education. And we do conduct safety talks in the elementary, middle schools, and high schools in town. It's really important too that we get to, so we do safety talks in the driver's ed classes at various high schools, not just Montclair High School. It's important to get to speaking with and make sure the up and coming drivers understand the laws. And again, it's not just about going out and giving them a ticket, it's the last thing we want to do. So we would rather get ahead of it and make sure that they see us also in this capacity, and that they actually know what to do if they are stopped. We don't want them to get stopped, so we're going to prevent that if we can, but it's also important that we've seen through the years that it makes it a little easier for them if they ask questions, that they know what to do if they are stopped. We participate in and provide police support at community events, whether it's the brother-to-brother bike ride, the bike bus. So these events also provide officers the opportunity to educate the kids and adults participating about pedestrian and bicycle safety, and we try to provide handout information so that, you know, we really do reach everybody the best way that we can. And we do work in conjunction with the community service unit also on a lot of events. We work together with them. And another educational component that we do is our child passenger seat installation. This is usually done by appointment. We have officers that are child passenger seat technicians. They've gone to additional training, and it's really important. They make an appointment. They bring their vehicle and the child seat, and the officer installs it and shows the parent the proper way to make sure that their child is safe while they're in the vehicle. So I mentioned earlier that we also have our traffic safety grants. So just to give an idea, I just wanted to mention a couple of the ones that we do get. Again, our pedestrian safety grant, or what we call Walk Safe. We get $30,000 annually that we've been getting for since pre-COVID. $28,000 for enforcement, $2,000 in commodities. So as I mentioned, those handouts, the information that we give out, it has to be printed materials. We purchase that. So this provides 400 extra enforcement hours per year on grant funding, and those are the funds that we use to conduct our decoy operations. Those are the cops and crosswalks operations that we conduct. Last year, we completed 3 decoy operations, or 150 decoy hours, and 48 individual details were conducted for a total of 250 hours. The one comprehensive grant that we have is our bicycle and school bus safety grant. We receive $18,000 annually, $16,500 for enforcement, and $1,500 for commodities. And this provides 235 extra enforcement hours, and we did 47 individual officer details as a result of that. Some of those were just individual officers going out and enforcing, and we also used those for, we actually had a school bus safety initiative where we would follow school buses on their routes, and if people didn't stop for the school bus, they got stopped. So we used the extra grant funding to be able to conduct that enforcement. Click it or ticket grant, so that's for seat belts. We've been awarded that annually in addition to our distracted driving grant. Between those two, more than 300 extra hours a year going towards enforcement. And our drunk driving enforcement fund allows us to conduct extra overtime as well. We fulfill also our educational component, as one of the grants requires us to provide a certain number of public presentations, which we complete easily with our safety talks in the schools. I have already mentioned some of our traffic safety initiatives. I did mention the school bus enforcement. We also conduct school bus safety checkpoint with Motor Vehicle Commission, their inspection unit. And this we do once a year, and it allows us to ensure that the school bus companies are complying with licensing and equipment requirements. I'm happy to say that they passed with flying colors last year, so that's a good thing. Our traffic safety checkpoints, school bus safety awareness events that we've done at Applegates and at Edgemont Park, the Duck Derby. Montclair received the gold level award from Safe Routes to School, and we just filled out that nomination again this year. So hopefully we'll get that award again. That requires you to meet certain criteria to be able to be eligible to receive that award, including a letter of township support from township officials, annual crossing guard training, which we do every year, crossing guard policy, complete streets policy, crossing post surveys, and any involvement with traffic safety events like bike and walk to school day or the bike bus like we've been doing. We have a new initiative that we've done the last 2 years called Car Fit, and it's in partnership with AAA and Seton Hall University. It's an inspection that's completed by technicians, usually done through the school. They've been trained to teach mature drivers how to be properly fitted to their vehicles to make sure that they feel the safest driving, but also that they know what they should be looking for when they're driving. And that we've gotten really good feedback on that the last few years. Our National Night Out, every year we have in August with the police department, and our annual Teen Driving Safety event in May. May is Teen Driving Safety Month, and we do that at the high school. We do an extrication demonstration. It's a great opportunity for us to work with community policing, to go out and meet the kids, teach them about some traffic safety. They have fun. They drive the Sydney machine, which simulates drunk driving, to give them an idea of that. And it's just a really good partnership with some local businesses as well who sponsor the event. The fire department, Montclair Ambulance Unit, and other community partners. And finally, besides our daily enforcement, one of our biggest tasks is responding to inquiries for traffic studies. So we deploy our speed analysis equipment. Sometimes it's complaint driven, and we do try to stay proactive with that as well. It allows us to determine whether or not, first of all, there is a speeding issue on any given street, and if there is, how to better deploy our resources for effective and efficient enforcement. If we do determine there's a need for further study, we recommend that to the Township Department of Community Services, Engineering. And just because we don't recommend or determine that there's a speeding issue, it doesn't mean there might be some other issue on that street. So it could still be looked into further. Again, we don't make the determination, we make the recommendation going forward. So just to give an idea, in 2022, we conducted 33 speed studies. 23, we conducted 22 speed studies. And sometimes that, again, it doesn't always, it's not always to implement traffic calming in the way of speed humps for like speeding, but we have also seen that some of these recommendations have led to changes more recently. For example, Orange and Union, our traffic signal improvement there. Forest and Claremont, the all-way stop. Fernwood and Inwood added a stop sign, and Chestnut and Central became an all-way stop as well. So again, just to give a little bit more of an overview of what we do in traffic, it's not just enforcement. So while that's a very big component of what we do on a daily basis, it's not all-encompassing. And again, we're very fortunate to have this bureau to be able to complete all of these tasks, because it's a lot of stuff to do on a daily basis. Some of it's not daily, but you know, the officers work very hard in the unit to make sure that everybody's getting done what needs to get done. So thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Chief, is there any way
Yeah.
I just want to tell Lieutenant Ignazio, I got a nice message today. Hello, Councilman Russo. I just want to thank you for the new sign recently installed on Watchung and Ridgewood Avenue, both directions, and she shows the sign, says turning vehicle stop for, do you know about this? Because this was something you folks must have done, and I want to thank you. But this is a resident thanking us for getting a sign up. But, you know, she says in this, she has several other things she wants, but she says she's not sure who to go to because it's in the intersection of Bloomfield, Glen Ridge, and Montclair, where they all intersect. So that's the problem that we often face, right, is it cross borders. So you're able to deal with that, but I'm concerned that you should with your 4 people, what if we gave you some more? Because I think if you need more help, and I see you nodding your head, but it's not my decision on budget. The thing is, if you need help and your division is, your unit is so important, I'd like to see our budget focus on more funding for the Traffic Bureau. And I want to thank you for your effort, but I think you need more staffing. So that's up to the chief to request, for the manager and all, but I think that more staffing, with all the things you said you do, and with all the people complaining and wanting things done, I think signage is very important. We've put signs everywhere, but we've got to enforce them. But I wanted to turn to Councilman Terry has often brought up those signs that tell people to slow down and what their speed is. Could we just buy more of those that would help you too? Wouldn't it be good to give you more equipment too?
Absolutely. You know, an example, those signs, you know, they're not cheap. There are ones that are temporary, there are ones that are permanent. We see the ones around the school that post your speed, you know, as you're driving. So definitely those are great tools to be able to use. I don't think they should be put everywhere, so I think there would have to be a determination of where they would best be deployed, but certainly, yes.
But the more 25-mile-an-hour signs we have on them, with 25 to stay alive is my slogan, but the more signs, you know, it's helpful, I think, because people will slow down if they see that speed limit.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
Councilman
you.
Russo, did I understand that you want to increase the number of cops? Did I hear you correctly?
You did, Chief.
In her division.
Did I hear you correctly? I
In
just wanna
her
make sure.
division.
Wait until you hear my talk.
Okay.
In her
So,
division.
to increase her division, we have to
Shift
pull
them.
from another division.
Shift them
Yeah.
around.
Okay. You complete?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, Mr. Lapola. Tonight, I want to start by congratulating Officer McGrath for his outstanding work. His dedication and commitment to his duties are truly commendable. I also want to thank all the off-duty officers who are in attendance tonight. Just like Officer McGrath, the men and women of our department consistently go above and beyond in their duties. They face challenging situations daily, often putting themselves at risk, and they do so with pride, dedication, and without hesitation. While there is not enough time to individually acknowledge each officer who has demonstrated an act of heroism or who has saved a life, I want to express my sincere gratitude to all of them. Their selfless actions make our community a safer place. As a patrol captain, I have the privilege of working closely with the chief and deputy chief, discussing current trends and areas of concern. I also spend time in the community with our officers, gaining firsthand knowledge of what is happening and what needs to be done. Together, we develop and implement plans of action to meet the needs of our community. In 2023, we responded to over 100,000 calls for service, which amounts to roughly 300 calls per day. Every time someone calls for assistance, the police department is there to respond. Our town has undergone significant transformations, and through it all, the police department has remained a reliable and adaptable force, catering to the dynamic needs of our community. Medical responses accounted for over 4,200 calls. On average, 20 to 30 of these calls monthly are handled by ambulances from other jurisdictions because of the strain on MAU. So the time spent by officers providing care on scene is dramatically increased. We have also seen a dramatic increase in mental health crisis calls, suicides, and suicide attempts, especially in our younger population. It is disheartening to note that this trend shows no sign of decreasing. Car thefts and burglaries are on the rise both locally and statewide. However, many of these crimes can be prevented through increased education, locking doors, and securing vehicles. We encourage everyone here to use their home security cameras, Ring, Nest, etc., and to promptly report anything suspicious to the police department. It is crucial that we work together as a community to ensure the safety of all. I would also like to address the issue of motor vehicle violations throughout the town, as well as the challenges of a more robust Bloomfield Avenue business district. It is an understatement to say that addressing every issue is a challenge. Factors such as remote work, increased rideshare services, and delivery drivers have added to the problem. Nonetheless, our officers have done an excellent job of enforcing traffic regulations through summonses and education, and we will remain steadfast in this endeavor while prioritizing calls for service. In addition, we handle a wide variety of incidents, including domestic violence, assaults, theft, fraud, disputes, shoplifting, barking dogs, and traffic crashes. We regularly conduct area checks as part of our daily responsibilities. This involves patrolling the business districts, prioritizing the safety of our schools, monitoring areas with increased crime rates, and responding to locations affected by threats. Our dedication extends even to challenging situations such as weather events, power outages, and cyber attacks. Lastly, being a destination community, we host numerous large-scale events: Pride, Jazz Fest, races, concerts, demonstrations, parades, and festivals. These events require meticulous planning, extensive resources, and manpower. They require coordination and communication amongst different agencies, including our ambulance unit, Public Works Department, Fire Department, as well as our community, federal, state partners, and you, our community stakeholders. Our collective efforts ensure that we have taken every possible measure to ensure the safety of the residents, participants, and attendees, mitigating any potential threats or problems that may arise. In conclusion, I am immensely proud and fully support the work of the men and women of our police department. I stand with them in our unwavering commitment to protect and serve the residents of our community, just as we pledge to do so. Thank you.
I just got two other things I want to address that I recalled from watching past meetings. One, our response time, I guess, was called into play and questioned a little bit on a motor vehicle accident. I reviewed the body camera, I looked at the dispatch recordings, and the time once the officer received the information took 3 minutes to get to that call. Now, there was a delay, I will admit that, but the delay wasn't the officer's fault. First, we had a new dispatcher in training who was juggling a medical call at the same time with a special needs student who hit their head and had a seizure down at Lackawanna Plaza. We had a large funeral going on at the same time, closing streets down, and we had some construction sites going on. And the main thing I want to say is the caller made it very clear that there was no injuries, so there was no reason to rush over to that call. So again, I understand that sometimes people can get frustrated, they want us there, but no one's sitting around doing nothing. Everyone's going to go to the call. They know when something's legitimate. If something pops off, they know to go. They're not going to be sitting around. And it seems like sometimes people get a little frustrated. I get that. But at the same time, some of the officers asked me why were they being critiqued on that, and I looked into it, and the reality was it took 3 minutes for the officer to get to that call. The other thing I noticed was a couple times at some of these meetings, someone brought up revenue, that we're missing out on revenue. And I don't even want to hear the revenue when it comes to ticketing. We don't ticket for revenue. We ticket for enforcement. We ticket to educate people. We pull cars over to make the town safer, not to generate revenue for this town. I don't know why that keeps coming up. It's illegal. But for some reason, there's no quota system. We're out here using discretion, and we're doing the best we can. So I just wish the revenue end would stop as well.
Well, thank you, Chief, and certainly just want to say this. Appreciate you listening to some of the comments that have come forward and coming in here and addressing them. I think certainly speaking for myself, I'll say the information, the data is very important. Writing a lot of them down here, you gave a lot of numbers and details around that. But I think what has been even more informative, and I hope for the community as well, is the rationale behind some of that. And certainly when you talk about, I mentioned before, COVID and the impact that that's had, and how we all need to modify our strategies and make sure people, first and foremost, were safe during that. And also, being mindful of what's the cost-benefit analysis of an interaction that could escalate to something else versus an educational opportunity that helps, benefit, right? So those are all the calculations that I know that each and every one of you have to make, each and every day at every single call. But I think that was very helpful for me, at least, and I hope others to kind of get the thinking behind why those numbers are what they are and the rationale that you use to get to that place. Certainly understanding also the ability, at least with specifically the COVID piece, to kind of move things back into a more normalized position, although some of those other factors still remain, right? Those are things we'll be working with for a long time, I'm sure. I think that, again, appreciate all the details. I know from, traffic enforcement, we hear that, a lot, and quite frankly, I think on our end, a lot of it's requests for studies. That's often our first interface, that we reach out is through asking for a study or asking for something to be assessed. It was good to hear what those capacity numbers are, in that range as to how many studies can be done. And we know, quite frankly, often residents are looking for what are some solutions. There is a tendency to feel that it's speeding right away, and then of course you realize that vehicle might not be traveling at the speed you think, and you get the data to find out if that's the case or not. But I think that's really a place where there is a lot of, with our community policing for sure, but also with your division, a lot of interaction with the community. So I think appreciate you going into the detail as well, explaining all the different things that entails. So thank you for that. Any questions from my colleagues? Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you all for being here this evening, and thank you all for your support back there as well. Couple quick questions. Deputy Chief, you had mentioned about stops for major versus minor infractions. Can you just give us an idea of what's a major and what's a minor, or?
Yeah, major infractions, you're speeding. Minor infractions, you failed to signal when there wasn't a lot of traffic or things of that nature. Some of the mechanical problems with a vehicle, you had a traffic tail light out, things of that nature.
Because a headlight, I mean, with due respect, for me, having the left headlight out is problematic.
That's a problem, but
because we're talking about, as the lieutenant had indicated, right? The left-hand turns can be a problem. If I got a left headlight out, to me, that would be something I'd hope we would look a little harder at.
a headlight would be, but like a tinted window, like an inspection sticker. These things that came out of police reform, I didn't make them up. People don't want us pulling over cars for minor motor vehicle violations. That's just the way it was. I don't know if you heard anything on your end at the NAACP or not, but that came out of that.
The other question I had too, and we've spoken about this, at least the last 11.5 years I've been up here, and we've come up with some great ideas, by the way, that, with the speed bump over on Park and Alexander, there's what we did up at Bradford School. I'd still like to see us get away, and I don't think this is a Montclair thing, I think it's a state thing, right, where it's like we looked at the crash data, and then, of course, the hair on the back of my neck stands up because we don't have enough accidents at that intersection. If we could get out of that realm, if you will, and let's look at the other stuff and let's look for other ways. That's not even a question, it's just a statement.
She did touch on that a tad, if I may.
Sure.
She said just because the data may not dictate one thing or another, there's other things that we may be able to do at a particular intersection to address the concerns of the residents thereat.
And I respect that, Deputy Chief. But over the years, that's been a big factor, is that we looked at the crash data and there weren't enough crashes. And for me, that's ghoulish because I don't want to hear that. But working together for other solutions, I think is great. And then the last thing I'm going to say too, and many of you have heard this before. I know many of you have heard it before too. I'm fortunate enough, as part of my law practice, to do police reform work all over the country. And for the last 3 years, I've been in Albuquerque, New Mexico, where the district court judge and the DOJ appointed me on their excessive force issues that they've been dealing with. And I was fortunate enough too, because I dragged Mr. Terry out of retirement and had him come out there working with me as well as one of our investigators. But I just want to thank all of you, all of the officers out here. We are so fortunate to have you in our town. Thank you all for your service. Thank your families for your service, because what I see out there is just crazy, and we don't have any of that here. And I thank you all for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schlager?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for being here. Thank you for that comprehensive overview. I learned a lot, and I'm really so pleased to see the efforts that are going on. I had a couple of questions. First of all, the two stop signs that are put put up and down Central, the one on the corner of Brunswick and Central and Chestnut and Central, have made a huge difference on Central Avenue. It was a speedway for so long, and all the cars have it's calmed down. The speeding has calmed down there immensely. Lieutenant, when you talk about crashes, because that was a big number, does that include like every little fender bender? Do you consider that a crash?
Yes.
When you hear the word crash, I think of, breaking glass.
Yeah, I know. Yes, it's all inclusive. It is everything from any minor, we call them crashes and not accidents now. I mean, that was
Okay.
actually a terminology that they changed it. It does have a little bit more of an impact than just saying something was an accident, and that was one of the reasons why they changed
Right.
that terminology.
Okay.
So, but yes,
Okay.
it is all inclusive. It is minor crashes, I almost said it myself again, accident reports, crash
Okay.
reports that are reporting property damage and injuries or just
Right.
property damage. It's inclusive of pedestrian crashes and bicycle-involved
Okay.
crashes as well.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Good, thank you.
It's a total number.
Okay. The one thing that, well, it's a lot of things that plague the second ward, but one of them in particular, the streets that, between Grove and Ridgewood Avenue, there's Prescott, I know has an issue, Glen Ridge Avenue, Stevens Street, Gray Street, 'cause it ends at the Glen Ridge Country Club. All of those streets are plagued with speeders coming from Montclair into Bloomfield or into Glen Ridge. And the streets, I mean, I hear from them very, very often. And those streets are shared with Glen Ridge. So do you have any suggestion, and I meet with them regularly on these different streets. Residents want speed bumps, they want bump outs, and I don't blame them. A lot of those streets have little, young children. Are there any suggestions, or do you work alongside with Glen Ridge to help those streets? They're really.
Sure. We have looked at a couple of those streets. Again, as we stated, some of it is complaint-driven, or, that somebody brings a situation to light to us. I know we did look at, I believe we did all three of those streets, and we did them simultaneously. So basically, when we do a speed study, it takes we collect data over a week. Making sure that we get the Monday through Friday. That's where we see most of the traffic, because that's when people are going to work, going to school. So we're also not going to include a week where they have 2 days off or 3 days off. So we skip those weeks. We always try to make sure that it's fair across the board wherever we're trying to do a study from. And I believe that we did do the study of the 3 streets simultaneously to make sure that we're capturing accurate data. And I don't want to give the wrong information, but from if my memory serves me correctly, there wasn't a speeding issue when you look at what we used at the time, the 85th percentile speeds. I know that there's talk also about trying to get away from that a little bit, but we do need to use that. That is the state standard, and that's what we're using right now to at least establish whatever our baseline is to determine if something should be studied further. So that's not to say that there isn't a car that might be
Right.
speeding
Sure.
at
Yeah.
a given point, but I believe that happens on every street at some point, unfortunately. So at least it will give us an idea of whether there is actually a speeding problem there, or and the problem we see also, Grove Street is a very busy arterial roadway, county roadway, and it is connecting 2 towns. So we see those as connector roadways, It's not, those aren't the only streets that have
Sure.
complaints with that. But again, if my memory serves me correctly, we did analyze it, but it doesn't mean we're not going to do it again.
Right,
But when
yeah.
we do get the complaints, we do like to do several different studies over different periods of time.
Great.
So we'll make sure that we look into them again.
Thank you all again, and thanks, everybody.
Councilman Terry?
I want to thank you for the exceptional work that you have done and that you continue to do. I don't think that many people realize how dedicated and hardworking that the officers are in this community. And from firsthand, I appreciate it very, very much. You mentioned Chief, the NAACP. Yes, law enforcement is one of the only professions that something could happen 1,000 miles away. And unfortunately, people think that you're doing some of the same things. You and I have talked. You showed me exactly the number of stops that you're making, who you're stopping, and it doesn't reflect in what happens like in some of the other places around.
Right.
I have a question. I know that this year they're asking for licenses for officers. What will that entail?
Yeah, we have an officer now. We just assigned, again, this goes back to the police reform changes that have been made. We assigned an officer now to just oversee training, which is going to also involve police licensing. So, yeah, you have a police license, and at that point, my understanding, we're still learning about it, but it'll get renewed every so many years, and we're just going to learn as we go along with it. But we have an officer who's going to oversee just the licensing process right now. So right now, all police officers in Montclair are licensed, and then at some point, they'll be up for renewal. Now, if you get in trouble or something happens, they can pull that license to PTC, I believe. I don't have everything on it, but I do have an officer assigned just to do that. So again, you assign an officer now to oversee license, and you shift them from some other priority. It means something else probably is not getting done the way you like. So we're constantly juggling at the police department. Same thing with internal affairs. We increased our internal affairs with 2 officers now, 2 supervisors because of the accountability and all the work that goes through that office. 2 officers that work in that office work hard. I mean, whether there's a complaint or not, they have to follow up on every use of force, every really pretty much everything that happens in an department, any type of arrest. They look at it. We have early warning system to make sure there's no problem. So we're constantly shifting our needs in the police department. And a lot of that came through reform. Some of it happened through the accreditation, and then also just evolving over the years. But the licensing is a big part of the future of policing in New Jersey, yeah.
And finally, I wanted to say congratulations to Officer Goulden. I understand he retired, right?
He did. He has walkout today.
Yeah, and he left. I saw that he left here. How many years was that?
He had 29 and a half. His father was a Cranford, I believe, lieutenant. His brother was a prosecutor's office. Great family all around. We're going to miss Ray. We have a lot of good guys here, obviously. Good men and women. Really good.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilwoman Price Abrams?
I will. Good evening. I do want to extend again my appreciation. I mean, it was a very comprehensive report, and there's so much, that I gleaned that I knew, some of which, and many parts that I learned some tonight. So thank you again, all of you, for, and Mr. Lapola for sort of recognizing there's so many questions that have arisen that he invited you all to be here. So that was, I think, helpful to the community and to us. One very specific I want to acknowledge as the third ward. You've touched upon a couple of very key intersections, the Union Harrison, Orange Road, one big one. There's still some glitches I think we can talk about, and on the word I think you mentioned Forest and Claremont. But I just want to know if crosswalks, like for school kids, does that have to go through the same kind of study evaluation? Because Harrison Avenue, which is actually where I live, even Mr. Childs, who was a past principal of Hillside, has come out. There was a crash, and we're talking about the fact that we need a flashing light, we need a crosswalk. We don't necessarily need a guard, but we need some more of that. Is that something that requires a whole study, or should I just be writing you an email to talk about it?
You can send an email. You're talking about requesting the flashing lights, like the flashing and
a yellow
painting?
barred crosswalk would be,
Right.
maybe there's a few of those without the same kind of cost as putting personnel there.
No, that's fine. A request, and then we can forward that, and we can work something as easy as establishing a crosswalk. Every intersection is a crosswalk. If it's unmarked, it's just unmarked. It's easy to mark it if we need to make it a marked crosswalk. So
I mean, there's not necessarily a whole cross street. It's a long stretch of road. So
Right.
Anyway, I'll follow up. But
yes, and you can follow up with that, and we'll definitely look into that.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Right, seeing none, I'll just echo what you've heard already. Again, thank you for all the data. Thank you for being very thorough. Thank you for coming and answering the questions. And I'll simply say as well, it is a testament, I think, to the work that all of you and everybody on the force does. That here in Montclair, I had the pleasure years ago of kind of seeing firsthand some of the community interactions, some of the innovative ways. I remember early on some of the plays that were being done just to, become part of the community and reverse roles and experience things in different ways that I think were cutting edge and remain. Certainly had the opportunity years back too to kind of ride and see what happens in some of these cases and see the difficult decisions that are made in split seconds. And also the reason why you're often rushing from one place to another with the staffing. I think on our end, we've done what we can in terms of authorizing and changing scheduling and overlapping and some of the pieces that we've done to have more officers on the street and in places. We do get those ebbs and flows as well. We'll hear concerns. Quite frankly, some people coming here talking about defunding police, but also then saying, hey, wait a minute, we've seen an increase in car thefts and other pieces. We want more officers here, or we want more officers around traffic patrol and other pieces. So those are the conversations, but I think I appreciate you guys being right in the middle of those conversations and helping all of us as a community to help understand them. And with that and managing all those pieces, on behalf of the full community, I want to say thank you. Thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for helping to keep everyone safe. And thank you for the commitment that you have to this township. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you.
Okay, next we will move to approve the minutes. They've been presented to us, the minutes for December 5th, and I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments, modifications? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. Abstentions? Thank you. Next, we have the public hearing on the Green Acres Grant application, which is Resolution R-24024, which is a resolution enabling the state of New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection Green Acres application in support of the Nishuane Park Complete Inclusive Playground. With that, I'm going to open the hearing on this. Is there any objection to opening the hearing? Seeing no objection, is there anyone who wishes to be heard on this issue?
Point of clarification here. I understand there's going to be a presentation, and it may be beneficial if we hear the presentation before people ask their questions. It may.
Would you like to speak to it now, and then we'll use that as part of the hearing?
That would be helpful.
Without
Thank you.
objection.
Yep.
Yep. So please.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good evening to all, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. As you correctly noted,
Who are
this
you
is
again?
the
Can you tell us who you are?
Roberto Hernandez with Neglia
Roberto.
Engineering, Township Engineer. So as the Mayor correctly noted, this is the public hearing for the 2024 New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection Green Acres application. Before I jump into the scope of what's actually being proposed, just would like to kind of give a brief synopsis of how we got here and why Nishuane Park Playground was selected. Over the number of years, really since I've been around over the last 6 years, there's been a concerted effort to either rehabilitate our playgrounds or in some cases do full-on reconstruction for our somewhat older playgrounds. And that's been consistent over the last several years. And we were announced, the grant was announced late last year. And when we were informed of this, we discussed this internally on what would be an ideal candidate for this grant. And those discussions, there's understanding that Nishuane Playground has been underserved for some time. I believe, based on the records I have, the last reconstruction was done in 2004. So it's been quite some time since this was, paid any attention. So that, along the side that there's understanding that there's a desire for this playground to be a inclusive playground. The state just so happened this year open up a new category for Green Acres funding, which is called the Jake's Law funding. And in that case, it provides specific funding for completely inclusive playgrounds that comply with the Jake's Law requirements as defined by the DCA. So the idea when I have spoken to the state is that applications submitted under this specific program would be a non-competitive submission. So in essence, so long as you submit the required information and it meets the eligibility requirements for the program, you should in essence receive funding without necessarily having to compete with other applications for that funding, depending on the demand for that specific program. So, but that's the intent from the state. So, with that said, Nishuane Playground is what we have prepared here before you today. You should have individual handouts of the same. Briefly, it's a relatively straightforward project. Essentially, complete removal of the existing playground equipment fixtures that are currently in place, removal of the surface as it currently exists today, and reconstruction from the ground up. That includes new perimeter fencing, new port-in-place safety surfacing, and a complete overhaul with the playground fixtures that meet the completely inclusive definition under Jake's Law. To meet that requirement, there's several criteria that needs to be met. Shading of the playground, it's a minimum of 20% of the playground needs to be provided with shading for users, whether that be through natural canopy coverage, with trees, which there are currently 3 trees within the playground, which are to remain. There's currently no plans to remove those trees, so we'll work around that. Or through the use of artificial shading with canopy structures. So there's a mix of both in here to meet that requirement. There's a requirement for the playground to include what they designate as a quiet play area, and that's also included here as well. Towards the bottom left corner, there's a designated zone which will meet that requirement. It's essentially a small gazebo structure, which is somewhat enclosed and secluded from the surrounding areas. Inside of that, it also has various sensory and tactile fixtures that children can interact with and be somewhat have some privacy there. In addition to that, we also have some fixtures which are completely accessible with a wheelchair. I know that's been a concern with some residents as well. And just to be clear, the application as presented is an idea of what it could be, not necessarily what it will be. We understand that there's various stakeholders, community groups, residents that have various situations that want to make sure that they can be accommodated here. Those discussions do not end here, and in fact, the state encourages those to continue until we have a full-fledged project put together. We have still some time. Really the goal here is to ensure that we submit an application that is in compliance with the state's requirements, complies with Jake's Law, and that we provide a basis for justification for the requested funds for this grant. Once we receive a response from the state regarding funding, we'll be able to then really dive deep into what we want to do and what we can do with the funding that we receive. So specifically for this grant, the opportunity is to receive anywhere between a $500,000 up to a $750,000 grant. That is a 75% match on the state side. So in essence, you would have to have at least $1 million project or above in order to receive the full 750. That's the cap. So the township would have to contribute at least 25% of the costs, or over if it exceeds the $1 million requirement. So as currently proposed right now, we have a conservative estimate. This is assuming full bells and whistles and other amenities. We have a drinking fountain proposed here as well, which is not necessarily a requirement for Jake's Law, but something we thought that would be certainly beneficial. There is currently one drinking fountain, but it's somewhat a ways away by the tennis courts at Nishuane Park. So this would be immediately outside of the playground. So currently the estimate sits at $1.3 million. And again, once we receive response from the state with regards to funding, we can curtail that, as well as incorporate other fixtures and pieces to accommodate certain needs that need to be met for the township's residents. Now, to touch on a few things that was required as part of this grant application. Aside from the public hearing itself, there is, again, like I said, a strong emphasis from the state to involve the public and community to get feedback and really put together a project that fully serves the residents within the Township of Montclair. So, again, aside from the public hearing itself, we have also incorporated a public resident survey, which can be accessed on the Township website. In there's a variety of questions, I think about 8 questions in total. Residents are, free to fill that out. There's opportunities in there to make notes, recommendations. Again, if you have a specific condition or situation that you would like to make sure is at least considered to be included in this playground, that is the place to do it. We received a total of 50 responses so far, and we are continuing to accept feedback probably for another week or so. The applications are due this February 7th, so we'll be closing that submission shortly, but again, the conversation does not end at that point. We're open to continuing those discussions until we have a fully fledged project put together. Aside from that, we also have a requirement to perform what they call a preliminary environmental impact assessment for the site and the project as proposed. Based on that, we really have not found any concern with respect to potential impacts, whether environmentally or that would require mitigation measures. We understand there's a concern among residents with the use of poured-in-place safety surfacing. As part of this assessment, we did investigate that, and really what we found was that, and again, this is not a Neglia assessment that we did studies on the poured-in-place material itself or a Township of Montclair study on the poured-in-place. These are studies that were performed by various state and federal agencies really across North America, such as EPA, the CDC, Kansas Department of Health and Environment, U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission, as well as the Canadian Institute of Public Health Inspectors. This is a comprehensive study with the available information to date, but they essentially all concluded the same thing. To date, based off the information we have available today, there is no real link to the use of poured-in-place surface with various, cancerous effects or environmental impacts with the use of the surface in relation to inhalation or direct exposure, skin to surface contact. So that's been the conclusion to date with the information that they have gathered, but studies are continuing to be conducted. And, we reached out to DEP themselves. They have not objected to the use of the surface as well. But that's an ongoing conversation. But just to, on the record, clarify, that's the current position for most federal and state agencies on that subject. Just would also like to clarify that the use of the poured-in-place surface is not something that is necessarily new to the township. We have done several parks across town which currently have the poured-in-place surface and have been in place for a number of years. So again, this is just something that we believe is the best course of action, because again, with the grant requirements to comply with Jake's Law, it requires the use of what they call unitary safety surfacing. Essentially, you have two different kinds of playground safety surfacing. You have a unitary surface or a loose surface. Loose surface is like your wood chip, engineered wood fiber, pea gravel. That's what we consider loose. And your unitary is your poured-in-place surfacing, and rubber tiles, turf. That requires the use of unitary surfacing. A number of reasons why. not only ADA compliance, but just ease of access. You know, wood chips, engineered wood fiber is technically ADA compliant, but you can imagine someone in a wheelchair trying to roll through that. It certainly provides more difficulty for that accessibility and movement as compared to a solid poured-in-place surface. So that's in essence the application and justifications behind of why we selected what we did today. Again, just to reiterate, this is not the final version. This is not a bid-ready project. This is not a final bid plan set or a set of construction drawings. This is just an idea of what it could be, and certain that that conversation will continue as we move forward. That concludes my comments.
Mr. Leopold, would you like to add anything?
That this is, nothing is set in stone, and we intend to have a robust conversation with the community in which we seek their input, and hopefully we will come up, assuming we've received the grant, we will come up with a plan that is satisfactory to the community. So I just want to emphasize that the pictures are just ideas, and that we don't design playgrounds or anything else until we have the funds that we know we're going to receive. So at that time, when we receive the grant, we will start full-fledged to design the project and seek the input from all the stakeholders.
Councilwoman Schlegel?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez, for all of this. So I have a few questions. The black lines, the thin black lines on the big picture, the black lines will be the new structures that are coming?
Correct. Those are the locations of the new
So
structures.
so like the blue structure, that orange, that's what's there now?
That's just, yeah, so we basically use an aerial image
Okay.
as a base map, which shows the current playground as it exists. So
Okay.
anything colorized is essentially the existing conditions, and the black line overlay is proposed locations and conceptual equipment options.
Are there bathrooms included in this plan, or?
Not necessarily in this particular plan. However, there are restrooms available immediately adjacent with the pools. Granted, those aren't always open,
Yeah.
year-round, but, for the majority of the year, they are open and accessible to the public.
Are the shade elements, are those plastic or canvas? Like this potential, like this?
Yeah, those,
shade?
as shown, those are canvas.
Canvas?
But, again, that may
It could
change
change?
depending on,
Okay.
the desire and need.
Okay. When the all-inclusive, all-access playground was built in Edgemont Park, we made sure that there was parking and ways for families, if somebody was in a wheelchair, to get to the playground. So there are pathways from the parking lot and pathways from Edgemont Road. There's a pathway to
Right.
make, flat surfaces for our people with disabilities to get to the playground safely. Where is the parking for this playground, and would there be pathways?
Right, so currently, we actually just redid all the pathways in the park last year, so those are all new. There is a parking lot currently at Nishuane Park. It is a ways away.
It's by the firehouse?
It's by the
The one-
firehouse, yes,
yeah.
correct, but there is on-street parking also on High Street with, I believe there is at least one ADA on-street parking space, so there's accessibility there as well. We may need to do some minor modification, maybe put in a ramp at the curb to facilitate access, but there is direct access from either the parking lot or on High Street with a pathway directly to the playground currently.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
I thank you for the presentation, and I know you did, enlist some public support or in comments through the website, and you're saying there's still an opportunity for that. And I know that, some members of the public are here now, and we'll still have time. So I know that was a point that's been made, and just emphasizing. I think I might want to just hear what some of the other folks have to say. I may have some other thoughts stimulated, but, I think the importance is that we're meeting the deadline. There's a very relevant kind of a grant that we can go for that would really help deliver on some commitments that we have, that we want for the community. Councilor Cummings is in the 4th Ward, but it's really the 3rd Ward that also all kinds of residents from just across the street from Harrison Avenue are pouring over there as well. So it's really very much a community space that I care a lot about, and I'm really happy to hear that this is in the works. So I think I might want to hear some of the other public comment and maybe have some more questions. If you're going to be around, we can
I'll be here.
throw them to you. Thank you.
Hey, Brad, I just want to clarify one thing.
Sure.
The bathrooms have not been an operation that are close to there. And if that's something that you want to do, it's going to require the council, because it's been shut down for years. The bathrooms are right off the tennis court. There's a house right there by the tennis court, and there are 2 bathrooms right around there. They've been shut through several administrations. And it is something that I think we need to look at, opening those bathrooms up. It's a good question, Robin. And then your part about the access ways. So you're really going to have to, off of High Street, do some curb cutouts, because there is no place at all on High Street where you can walk off the street and have access. And then, and again, with the ramps, well, with the new surfaces, the new pathways that have been put in, the entranceway to the park that you have on there will probably require a little bit more pathway built, because the current one that goes to the pool, you know, you're going to need to make a left to go into that entrance. And then this park has 2 entrances, and so the one that's closer to the tennis court will probably need the same type of, you know, one. So when you look at it closer, think about that. But I do think the bathrooms are one thing that we should look at very closely in terms of getting that open, because that is an unused asset in that park.
Understood.
Thank you.
So you'll stick around for a second?
I'll be right here.
Okay. All right, anyone from the public wishing to be heard during this hearing?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Did I turn it on or off?
I don't know, maybe off?
Are we good?
Yeah.
Hi. Hi, guys. You recognize me from your inbox. I'm Erin Bullen. I live on Champlain Terrace. On October 30th, the Town Council received a letter from the president of the National Center for Health Research, Diana Zuckerman. Dr. Zuckerman was a recent featured presenter at the CDC's Childhood Lead Poisoning Prevention Program annual meeting. I'll give you the Cliff's Notes version of the letter that was sent to you. I will also pass it out to you when I'm done. As you probably know, the American Academy of Pediatrics states that no level of lead exposure should be considered safe for children. The CDC warns that plastic grass made with nylon or other materials contains lead. Whether from infill, plastic grass, or rubber playground surfaces, the lead doesn't just stay on the surface. With wear, the materials turn to dust containing lead and other chemicals that is invisible to the eye and is inhaled by children when they play. This cloud stirred up by activity on synthetic surfaces is referred to as the pig pen effect by Harvard University Dr. Stuart Shallett. Poured in place in artificial turf fields contain synthetic rubber and plastic that are made with endocrine-disrupting chemicals. There are numerous studies indicating that endocrine-disrupting chemicals, as well as also known as hormone-disrupting chemicals, found in rubber and plastic cause serious health problems. The Consumer Product Safety Commission has banned numerous hormone-disrupting chemicals from toys and other children's products. Yale scientists found that 20% of the 92 chemicals that have been tested in pour in place and artificial turf are classified as probable carcinogens, and 40% are irritants that can cause asthma or other breathing problems or can irritate the skin and eyes. None of these products are proven as safe as natural surfaces. Love you guys.
Anyone else who wishes to be heard on this matter?
Good evening. I am Wendy Lacey, and I'm here as one of the co-chairs of the People
Is that
with
still on?
Disabilities
Is that still on?
Thank you. Start again. Hi, Wendy Lacey. I know most of you. I'm here as one of the co-chairs of the People with Disabilities Advisory Board. I sent an email to you this morning sharing our support for the concept and design of an inclusive playground and mentioning a few important things for you to consider as you move forward. We know that this process is in the very beginning stages. There are some towns that have done a wonderful job with inclusive playgrounds, and that there are other towns that have done terrible jobs and have made mistakes that we can all learn from. There are great resources and examples. During planning, ADA compliance should be the absolute low bar for our community. And the principles of universal design should be the rule for us when we design any project that's supposed to be inclusive. Our committee is made up of self-advocates, parents, professionals, and concerned citizens. We are charged as an advisory board with advising the town council on all aspects of things that affect the quality of life of people with disabilities in our town. We are very connected to the people who will benefit from a fully inclusive and accessible playground. Several of our members are rely on wheelchairs to move around and experience what our township has to offer. Some of the points I was going to make have already been made. Curb cutouts, thank you. Safe, flat pathways. One of our committee members who uses a wheelchair really wanted me to spend some time here talking about those issues and how important a flat surface is. I know there's going to be discussions about what kind of surface. It seems like common sense. If it's going to be accessible and inclusive, it's got to be flat for wheelchairs. In a nutshell, our advisory board has a wealth of knowledge to share and a network of community members who will benefit from this project. Please use us as a resource as you move forward in this project, and good luck with the grant application.
Thank you, and thank you for offering to assist. Appreciate that.
Hello, I'm Norman Rosenblum, 183 Summit. I'm also a member of the People with Disabilities Committee, and I'm here to read a statement by Steve Way, who is not a Montclair resident, however, he is a friend of Montclair. You may know him as an actor in the Hulu show Rami. He's also had many comedy specials, and he's also was the speaker this past year for the Montclair People with Disabilities parade and rally. He says, "My name is Steve Way. I live in Rutherford, and I was born with muscular dystrophy. I am an actor, comedian, and the former chairman of Rutherford Civil Rights Commission and member of Access for All Rutherford. One of the greatest achievements in my professional career was having a hand in creating Rutherford's fully accessible kids park at Memorial Field so all children could be active with their peers. And he hopes that one day to go to a park that will grant him the ease and excitement of playing with a child like every other parent. Accessibility means it's for everyone. Something cannot be called accessible if certain people are excluded from it. It is either accessible or not. There is no in-between, middle ground, or compromise. We can no longer allow half measures that perpetuate stereotypes, segregation, and discrimination. Growing up disabled and being a wheelchair user for most of my life, I have not had the same opportunities as non-disabled people. Because of that, it's my mission to make sure that disabled children are offered the rights and privileges that I never had. Every child, disabled or not, deserves the ability to make memories and have access to the same public spaces. If Montclair prides itself on being all-inclusive, then it must put those words into action. I urge the mayor and council to consider the plans for this park so no one is left behind. And I would be honored to assist this vision be fulfilled. It is easy to ensure equity, but only if equity is chosen. Solidarity forever. Thank you.
Thank you. And Roberto, I'm sure you're connected with emails and everything else to make sure you're getting all the information. Yeah.
Hi, good evening. Anna Grossman, 63 Essex Avenue. First of all, I just wanted to express my gratitude. Is it Mr. Neglia? Oh, no. Okay.
Take it. You just got to stay.
Anyway, thank you. This whole process is exactly the way it should be. Public hearing, survey, environmental impact statement. Congratulations. Points from me. 100%. I have no objections to anything other than the playground surface, and I would be really happy to share some updated studies with you because I think what you're referring to is quite old, and that in fact there was a whole bunch of research studies that were put on hold during the Trump administration, no surprise, and these materials, the poured in place surface, are still of serious concern. They contain PFAS, they contain neurotoxins, they contain lots of things, and children being lower to the ground are just more vulnerable to anything that's on the surface, it gets on their hands, and there's plenty of data about that. And in regards to an ADA compliant surface, from what I have read, there's a really good opportunity to use something that's completely non-toxic, such as engineered wood fiber, and they're interlocking so that they do create a flat surface for exactly the reasons why you would have found PIP attractive. So, you know, I think that that needs to be explored so that we can not rely on a material that comes from the petrochemical industry. Why would we want to give public money to them? And secondly, a material that can be recycled, whereas Port and Play cannot. Port and Play is made from recycled tires. You cannot quantify what's in there because they're all from different manufacturers and they have all sorts of stuff in them. So yeah, I would just say move forward with this. This is fantastic. You did a great job with the process. And please reach out to me if you would like me to connect you with Dr. Sarah Evans at Mount Sinai Children's Environmental Health Center, who has lots to say about PIP. And it's all research-based. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Norma Tassi. I live on Southern Terrace, and I'm a lifelong Montclair resident. I was raised playing in Nishuane Park. I raised my son playing in Nishuane Park, and a tree stands in Nishuane Park in his memory now. What I would like is I think all this talk about the playground is great. And I think any improvements to the park should prioritize the play space. But as we talk about this project, I would like to ask the town to find money to refurbish Nishuane Park, generally speaking. The western edge on Harrison Avenue, all the flowering trees need, pruning and upgrading and transplanting. The tennis court bathroom, like David Cummings mentioned, has been closed for a generation, and that doesn't seem good. So just all the things that we're talking about doing in terms of improving the play space, I hope that we'll be able to improve the Nishuane Park experience for everybody. I'm talking about the benches. I'm talking about the play space, that stage there. Whatever money that can be found and combined with the grant money to improve the park as a whole experience, I would really appreciate it. And so would everyone else.
Thank you.
Mayor, I just want to ask Norma, and our parks director is right here, so this is something you're bringing up that's going to have general funding requirement from the town, beyond that grant's just for specific playground. So I want our town, I guess the town manager can look into this, see whether we can do something, because this park borders the 4th and 3rd wards, but Norma's point is well taken. That whole area where we have the tree commemorating your son and all, that's the area we need to do a lot of work in. But I hope we can include something like that with the parks folks, maybe proposing some funding. They've got to request it, I think,
Before you speak, Bob, I think the real reason is we may need DCS to do a better job of consistently pruning that area and cleaning it out, because the trees aren't dead. And it's really a matter of just cleaning out. You may need some lighting there because it does get dark at night. And I know that Mr. Brandon has mentioned that several times to myself and Mr. Bianco, that lighting on that particular area of the park, as well as just consistently cleaning it up, would be very helpful to what Norm is really discussing.
That's okay. Hi, my name is Leslie Scammell. And first of all, I want to say how pleased I am that Montclair has decided to build this park. And before you begin, I'd just like to draw your attention to a couple of things. Several years ago, Essex County renovated the playground at Wassessing Park into an all-access playground. Unfortunately, they failed to consult the people who could have advised them on how to make a playground truly inclusive to people with all types of disabilities. My friend whose daughter has cerebral palsy and uses a wheelchair was one of the people who was not consulted. As a result, this park lacked some fundamental elements. After we presented the county with a petition with over 3,000 signatures, the county made certain changes to the playground that improved it greatly. From the beginning, their intentions were admirable, but it would have saved the county a lot of time and money if only they had consulted people with the right expertise in the first place. I want to make sure that Montclair doesn't make the same mistake. As a simple example, a playground with no accessible bathroom facilities is useless to people with disabilities. At a minimum, a truly accessible bathroom is one that has an adult-sized changing table and a Hoyer lift that can lift both adults and children. If you can't take your kid to the bathroom or use it yourself, then you can't use the park, and therefore it is not accessible. Alma Schneider and Iris Meller have emailed you some documents which have great resources about really good equipment. ABA is the bare minimum. It's not enough. And I'd just also like to say I don't have a child with a disability, but I have friends who do. I work in a school for physically and cognitively disabled children, and every single one of them loves to move and play and needs to move and play. It's essential for their development and for their souls. I see every day the struggles that severely disabled children and their families have to overcome, and please don't let a substandard playground be one of them. And please, please, please talk to the People with Disabilities Advisory Committee. They have the expertise. They're hooked into all of the people who actually will use this park and will be able to tell you all the details that we just don't think of. Not because we don't want to, we just don't see it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kwiatkowski. I live at 35 College Avenue. Been in Montclair since 2018. Father of 3 kids. So excited about a new field, new playground. That's awesome. Thank you for the conversation. Montclair rules. I'm so proud to live here, and I'm so proud of this conversation. Again, I dealt with Woodman Field, and they kind of sprung this field upon us in ways that we weren't happy with. This is awesome. I just have a couple concerns. The gentleman who's helped leading the charge in the new field, he said that there are no studies saying that there's studies saying that there's no harm to the kids. I've seen plenty of studies that say that there's a lot of harm being done to the youth with artificial fields. When in doubt, I hope that we protect the kids. So again, Anna mentioned she could share studies with you. There's tons. It's sports players don't want to play in artificial fields anymore. It's really is a problem. According to a report by Pew Charitable Trust, 78% of ocean microplastics are synthetic tire rubber. We're going to put that in a field in Montclair. It's going to rain. It's going to just spread. We're going to be spreading microplastics. This isn't about Nishuane. I thought this was about.
I'm going to give. Hold on a second. As chair, I'm going to give. It's on topic, but stick to that. Go ahead.
Sure, I'll be more specific. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just concerned about a pour-in-place field. Very concerned about that happening. I hope that we go with the alternative wood fiber, some other organic. I understand it should be a level field. That's awesome, inclusive, great. Let's just please go with an organic substance so that we can protect Montclair. The other thing is we have an opportunity to start a trend with this new playground and being an environmentally sound field. Like we can be Montclair and set the framework for how to do this the right way. I hope that we do that. Lastly, with the shade, we put more trees up there. Please, more trees. Montclair needs more trees. It's my favorite part about living here. We have our opportunity to add more. Please, let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mariana Horta. I live on Gordonhurst Avenue. I'd like to ask about the plan for maintenance, for long-term maintenance, and whether with this grant it's possible to set aside some part of it for long-term maintenance, or at least mid-term maintenance.
I'll be addressing.
Okay, so I'm commenting on that because Edgemont Park is in a horrible state, and I took a kindergartner who broke her leg. Her mom authorized me to say her name. So it was Isadora. She was a kindergartner at Northeast School, and she lives right here. She's your neighbor on North Fullerton. And I'd like to echo what Norma Tassi said. I also spent time at Nishuane Park. My daughter is a kindergartner at Nishuane now, and I'm in the PTA, so I spend a lot of time in the school. When I pick her up, we go to the park when it's not as cold as today. And both parks that I use that are municipal are Nishuane and Edgewater and Edgemont, and both of them are in a horrible, absolutely horrible state of disrepair. It's embarrassing, it's shameful, and it shows where this community, not the community, where this leadership's priorities do not align with the community's priorities, right? So to give you actual data, Montclair has the highest taxes of any municipality. There are 48 municipalities on this list with a population between 30 and 50,000 people. I added 3 municipalities because they're close to us, so going up to 52,000, so we can include Bloomfield in this list. Of those municipalities, only Orange has higher taxes than we do. Yet, we're behind 35 other municipalities. 35 municipalities in this list of 48 spend more money in their parks than Montclair does. We spend $21 per capita, and we are behind Bloomfield, Bridgewater, Hackensack, Hillsborough, Livingston, Princeton, North Brunswick, East Brunswick, South Brunswick, Nutley, Wayne, Furlong, you name it. All these municipalities with taxes lower than ours spend more money on their parks. They have nicer parks than we do. They have better maintained parks. Parks deserve funding. They deserve to be in the general fund. If we spend all of our money in public safety, we can't have parks, and then we can't be safe in parks. And that's why Isadora broke her leg, because your priorities are not aligned with our priorities. Who benefits? Not us.
Anyone else? Seeing none. With that, I'll close the public hearing. Any additional comments from councilors? I know people spoke, but any additional comments?
Yeah, just what Ms. Scammell said, with what happened at Essex, and our Essex representative is here, you say that the Watts-Essing Park, didn't have the input, so here we're trying to make sure we have input, and that's why I want to say to Norberto, remember the folks that are here from the People with Disabilities Committee, they've got the knowledge and the expertise and the contacts, so please talk to them and have them give you the input on what they feel is needed, and let's avoid what happened with Watts-Essing where they had to redo, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And Roberto, I'll just also say, working with the manager, I think it's important to have that conversation about the bathrooms. I know, initially, first off, full access is important, as was described. We've got to figure out how that fits in with, I know that originally there were, vandalism concerns and issues why they were closed at many of the locations. Yeah. So something's got to be figured out there. I get it. I know why it was closed. They were vandalized and broken, and you remember that. But what's the plan? So working on something there that would allow for access, but being mindful of what has happened in the past and could happen again, how that's addressed.
Absolutely.
Any other comments from the comments you heard?
Yeah, so I just addressed a few items that came up. Obviously, the restroom situation. So I'm just going to clarify Jake's Law specifically. There is a criteria under Jake's Law specifically that does require that restroom access be provided. However, the state under this grant program, I guess, understands that that is an additional burden to kind of put on just to get the grant. So that is not necessarily a requirement that needs to be met to receive the grant. I'm not saying that we can't obviously go above and beyond and include that, but that's why that was excluded from our initial assessment. But again, that would just be additional funding through the township capital budget. Maintenance. One of the main benefits of using a port-in-place surface is the relatively low maintenance requirement, at least up front. Everything has a useful life. Generally speaking, they last around 8 to 10 years. That's really when you need to start really considering doing a resurfacing project at least for it. But DCS, our personnel there, they are trained, have the material to do patching as that issue kind of comes up over the years. But it's not something that is really expected or normal to occur immediate. As engineered wood fiber playground wood, the wood chips, that does really require continual maintenance just because the loss of the surface material through just use and weather, that surface gets washed out and needs to be replenished regularly. You don't really have that issue of long-term maintenance requirement with a poured-in-place surface. But again, just to reiterate, it does require the use of a unitary playground surface. So in this case, yes, the engineered wood fiber is ADA compliant, and yes, it's designed to interlocked with each other when a fall occurs, but it still does not classify as what is considered a unitary playground safety surface. And not to get too deep into the weeds of what a poured-in-place surface is, but essentially, yes, it is comprised of recycled rubber tires, which are shredded and broken down, but that's utilized primarily as the cushion base course, which is then bounded with an agent and is not necessarily loose rubber, which has really great opportunity to just be obtained unintentionally. And then that is then covered with a topping course, a wearing course, which really doesn't necessarily have those same concerns. So it is protected and capped, essentially. So there is some protections there. But yeah, certainly we'll be continuing to coordinate with the various stakeholders and community members and keep this conversation going.
Councilwoman Price Abrams.
So thank you, Norberto, really in the comments in general and for your responses. So I think you just said that what was suggested as a possibility, you're not sure is compliant in terms of the engineered
Correct.
wood fiber.
Yes. Yeah, we've used that in other locations. Most recently, Essex Park does have engineered wood fiber, but again, that wasn't done on this grant.
I mean, I'm picturing it
program.
like a parquet floor of sorts. In other words, it's not made of that kind of wood. It's just that it's integrated. It's I don't know why it wouldn't be something you would roll a.
It's wood chips, essentially.
No, not wood chips. I think if I understood correctly, it becomes like, the floor of a rec hall. It's just not. It's not wood planks. It's somehow,
no, it's not hardwood. No, it's not. It's not like hardwood planks like that. It's
not planks. It's fibers that I think are fused somehow to make what would be a surface. So I guess before we submit, I don't know if we submit with that, if it's something we're going to actually look into and talk about, if it'll be can we swap it out or can we? You need to submit this in the next week, I understand that.
As long as it meets the unitary surface requirement, meaning that it's one complete surface, it's not a loose material.
Yeah, I think what was described wasn't loose, but I don't know the surface myself.
If there's a desire to use an alternative material that uses like engineered wood fiber with some kind of binding agent to kind of keep those fibers together, that's something that can be explored. But just for purposes of just making sure we get the money, we've included the poured in place, which is an approved surface through that program to use.
Can that be a swap if we put it in now and we change our mind? Like, in other words,
yeah, like I said, once we get the funding and we know what we're getting, the equipment pieces, the exact surface type, we'll have to have discussions with the state to make sure that an alternative surface meets those standards and they're okay with funding it. But those are conversations that can be had. And if they're acceptable, then yeah, we can certainly swap it out.
I guess if you get the information in the next day and you can look into it, and if it's something that could be considered, I guess I'd like to know if it could be considered as part of the application itself, and if not, it can be a conversation as you're noting for later. So
they've been great as far as like getting responses back. We've had open dialogues with them over the last few weeks, just a variety of questions that have been coming up. So we'll reach out tomorrow and see what they say.
Thank you. All right. I mean, I know you need the information people are going to share with you. I guess you'll.
I just want to tag on to that because rather than wait to see if later on they're going to say we can't do it, we'd like to see if we could do it sooner. Tell them this is the kind of thing Montclair wants to do. You know, we're just not we don't want to give money to the petroleum industry. So if you can find out sooner, that's what I'd like to see, what Councilor Price Abrams is saying, because we don't want to have you get the grant based upon this, you know, application having this poured surface, and then they say later, well, that's what you wanted. It's not what we want, see? So, but if they're going to reject the grant, then that's another whole issue. We got to deal with it. But tell them this is what we want.
Yeah.
A different alternative could be used, so do your best,
Certainly.
please.
Thank you.
Certainly, and again,
Councilman Cummings?
Back to the bathrooms. That shouldn't be a part of this grant. That should be taken care of by us.
Yeah.
Because that's separate of the grant. And also, as the mayor stated, vandalism was a major reason why we did that. So we had to do something with locking the doors overnight and things like that. So, but to the level set here, so grant application goes in February 7th. Any idea of time frame of when you were getting a response of whether or not this grant is good and we can move forward?
yeah, so they haven't really announced an official, announcement timeframe. I'm expecting, just historically speaking, late summer, early fall at the earliest, just based off of what has happened in the past.
So essentially, we're talking about something that probably won't start till next year this time based on weather. So it's not
Yeah,
something.
this is
that
not a
people-
this year project.
Yeah, it should not look for it as happening immediately. I just wanted to
Absolutely
clarify
not.
that.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
That's correct.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilman. Any other questions? Once again, thank you for all the efforts you put into this, and appreciate the, communications with us and certainly with the public and engagement. I think you've got, clarity around that engagement moving forward, and we do appreciate you making sure you're working expeditiously to attempt to get this grant. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate your
Thank you,
time.
Council.
With that, Resolution R-24-024 has been moved. Is there a second? It's moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes, thank you. Next, we have pending ordinances for second reading. First ordinance is O-23-16, and this one, speaking with the Township Attorney, again, this week received more information on a new option, correct?
Correct,
And
Mayor.
with that, asking that we, delay this till
Yes,
you get it right.
we received the new ordinance, drafted the new ordinance. We're going to move it through subcommittee, get an understanding of how it impacts, make whatever necessary changes. There's some stakeholders who would like to be involved in that process, and I think if we carry this, table this for 2 meeting cycles, that would be great.
Any objection to the table for 2
No
cycles? No objection. It's tabled. The next is ordinance O-23-38, which is an ordinance to establish a new section in the Township Code entitled 134, privately owned salt storages. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. I'm going to open it to a hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none, I'm going to close. Any additional comments?
Quick question, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Please, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Has this been an issue with these salt sheds in the past? Is that why we're?
Mr.
I
LaPola,
don't
would you like to
remember
speak
hearing
additionally?
anything about these.
Council on that.
Mr. Burr?
Yeah.
I just.
Can answer that question? Say that again, Deputy Mayor.
Absolutely. Please use the time for my repeat to find it. I just wanted to know if this was an issue anywhere, because I've not heard of this being with privately held facilities that were storing these types of product.
I have not heard that this is an issue
Okay.
at all.
I think there was.
What was the impetus then? I just wanted
Can you
to know.
turn on your microphone?
Regulation from the DEP.
Put your thing on.
The impetus is a new regulation from the DEP involving stormwater, and we had to do these. There's a memo attached to the back which will explain how it
Okay.
came about. My apologies.
Thank you.
And you asked for
Thank
a
you.
clarification too, which I believe was included.
What I was going to say is, I know somewhere I read that it's a model ordinance. In other words, we're just adopting one that they're recommending.
And I read the memo and I get it. I just wanted to see if there was an issue
Yeah,
in
no,
town that
okay.
we should be aware of. That's all.
Thankfully appears not, Mr. Deputy Mayor, but
Thank
just
you.
being
Yeah,
proactive.
thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Seeing no further comment, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Thank you very much. Next, we're going to move to public comment on agenda items. Please come on up if you'd like to speak to an agenda item. Please reference the agenda item you'd like to speak to, and then speak to that item. Anyone wishing to speak to a specific agenda item, please come forward now. Public comment on agenda item. Set the agenda.
Hi, I'm Christina Thomas, 257 North Mountain Avenue. I'm here regarding consent agenda number 8, resolution number R-2423, authorizing the execution of a fair and open professional services agreement with Neglia Engineering for calendar year 2024 for municipal engineering services. On 10/16/23, Michael Neglia of the Neglia Group gave Sean Spiller $1,000 as evidenced from the NJ Elect Form R1 for the election fund of Sean Spiller, which shows that Sean's mayoral campaign for mayor has, as of 1/14/24, $79,243. I just want this entire town to know that you may not remember that Resolution R-23-12 in January of 2023 provided Neglia with a not-to-exceed contract of $400,000. Then they gave Sean $1,000. Then, on November 21st, 2023, this council passed R-23-279, amending Neglia's contract, adding another $100,000. So a $1,000 donation gets a $500,000 contract. Well, at least that's what it appears to me. And that is something that the whole town should know. We don't have a lot of money to just throw around, according to you. And if they're going to give $1,000 of a discount to somebody, perhaps it should be the town. And I think that maybe, just maybe, we should worry about the appearance of impropriety, especially when someone decides that despite their insurance, they need to take money from us taxpayers to pay for their teeth.
Mayor, can I just ask a question of the manager, since this is listed as a consent agenda item number 8, right? Neglia Engineering contract. I'd like that to be pulled from the consent agenda so we can discuss it when it comes to that number 8, so we can discuss the contract with the engineering company, okay?
Good evening. My name is June Regner. I live in Montclair. We had a great State of the Town report tonight, but there's a couple things we did not discuss, some data that was not mentioned, that I really do think citizens want to know. And that's the newspaper reported that Frank Arleo was advising you, Mayor Spiller, to take the 5th. Also that he had successfully delayed any depositions for over 2 months. What is that costing us? You're running up bills, you're running up a credit card that we're actually going to have to pay. And that is something that should be presented at every meeting. In fact, every single town councilor who is employing private counsel
As a note,
should be letting us
which resolution
know.
are you speaking, which item are you speaking to? on
That's the
agenda?
State of the Town address, which is on the agenda.
Okay. Well, this is for
Correct.
anything on the resolutions or items on here. Yeah.
Okay, all right. That would be then what is missing from our resolutions, because it should be a resolution. Now, I also would like to say it was really, really great, finally, having a tiny smidge of data from our police chief. It was desperately long, delayed, and overdue. We did get some data, which was great. I also was really interested to find out that there's a lot of data that the police is recording and putting together that's actually not being shared with citizens. the number of accidents, the number of calls, the type of accidents, etc. And this is the kind of thing that other towns have presented on a very regular basis. Montclair people want to know, and it's really important that we start actually getting to know it. One more thing that's on our agenda is the second reading of the pending ordinance about the wireless facilities.
That's,
The
that's
first
your
reading
time.
was in July.
Thank you.
You're changing it. You really need to have a new first reading.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah Avery. I live on Irving Street. My comment is on the Employee Handbook, which is number R-24031. And I'd like to know, did anyone on this council read the Employee Handbook you are approving tonight as part of the consent agenda? Do you know that it includes a code of ethics and a whistleblower policy? Everything that I have reviewed or examined throughout my investigation clearly points to a systemic disregard for obeying the law. I'm disappointed with the attorney letter I received from the Joint Insurance Fund with one sentence: there are no responsive records. The public has a right to know, and the town refuses to provide transparency. Spiller and Burr acted outside of the authority of their respective positions, spending township funds without CFO certification. There is no resolution for the ransom payment of $459,000. There is no evidence of a ransom demand, no evidence of a negotiating taking place, leaving only two options: gross incompetence of the CIO or insurance fraud. The whistleblower policy states the township abides by all federal, state, and local laws, etc. Employees are expected and encouraged to bring any misconduct to the company's attention. The Rao case specifically identifies multiple incidents of town misconduct, and rather than apply the whistleblower policy, the town chooses to retaliate at great expense to the community. We have already spent over $400,000 for the town and Stafford's defense for actions that are indefensible. What value do policies have if you don't follow them?
Thank you.
That's a real question. It's not rhetorical.
Thank you.
I just want to ask a question of the manager. Apropos this, the cybersecurity, maybe our IT staff can answer. How's that all been resolved now? The cybersecurity issue, the payments, the plan? What do we do we have a plan? Do we have a program that we can see?
Well, we do have public, can you jot the question so you can answer it and we don't take their time? But yes, answer that as soon as
I'd like to, I'm asking this for the public. I'm asking not just to talk to me later alone, okay?
Not alone.
That's the whole
It's
point of
just
government.
after they finish, so they're waiting. But if you'd like to, I appreciate that, but not everybody has
Let's
said that
answer
when
it
they've
while
come.
I'm here, while I'm asking it, please.
Mr. LePaul, is it an extensive answer, or is your microphone on? I cannot.
We do have a plan. Some of it was confidential, but we have, I believe we have released it under the open request, Tony, is that correct? Yes, and if we want me to address anything regarding the cyber attack, I can do that another time or whenever you want.
Thank you.
Well, I'd like to address it right now.
Which part would you like to?
I would
address
just like to say that while I was not here when it happened, my review of everything is that everyone, from the minute it occurred, followed the law, every step of the way. We had an insurance policy through the JIF with Beasley Insurance. They assigned the professionals. Based on everything, we took their advice in terms of payments, negotiations, et cetera. While we can't make that information public at the current time, it did occur. As a result of the actions that were taken, and because we had insurance policy, our out-of-pocket expenses, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, counsel, was $25,000. We continue to review. We had to go file by file, and I don't mean literally paper files. I mean anything in our system. It was long, it was arduous, but I think our response was a model response. The notion that anyone did anything that was illegal or not following the law or not approved is, I can't even respond to that. I just want to say that we have a contract with the JIF. The purpose is to be self-insured and to have policies, for example, on cyber attacks, on physical injury, on personal attacks on officials, et cetera. And once this happened, emergency management in consultation with elected officials, with council, notified Department of Homeland Security in New Jersey, national, FBI, followed the protocol, notified the insurance company, which triggered their involvement in negotiations. These are people who do this for a living. That's all they do. We went by the book. I think that while it was unfortunate that it occurred, that once it did occur, we did everything according to the law.
See, that wasn't so hard, was it?
No.
To answer? I understand. I'm just saying it wasn't so hard to answer that question, right? Okay. My point made. Poli-Sci 101. Good government. Sorry I held you up.
Oh, it's all
Anna.
right. This is the only time I get out every week, or every month, really. Usually I'm at my desk writing you emails. Anyway, I am here again to say good job. Good job on hiring an attorney to clean up our water from PFAS. That is amazing. PFAS is an enormous contaminant and dangerous, and it's in a lot of different things, including artificial turf, and it's in our water, and we don't want it there. We didn't give permission to be contaminated by these companies. So it's incredible that you're holding companies like DuPont accountable by having them pay for the pollution that they are creating in our bodies and in our children. It's so mainstream that CDC just issued guidelines recommending that doctors discuss PFAS testing with their patients. When was the last time you can recall being told, maybe we should test you for this environmental chemical? Never. Only lead. This is the report that the Montclair Board of Education and their contractor provided about the artificial turf that is going to be laid on the ground. It's an absolutely ridiculous, meaningless report. It does not at all prove that the product that they are about to install thousands of square feet of near our wellhead overlay protection area is free of PFAS. In fact, we know it has PFAS because the same product was installed in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and now they're dealing with additional PFAS contamination from having had that promise broken because their town council, in that case it was a town council, not a board of ed, trusted the vendor. So we know too much. Now you are doing this to hold polluters accountable. So here's my question to you. I'm gonna go get tested so that I can get a baseline level of PFAS in my blood. I'm pretty sure all my neighbors will too. Who is gonna hold the Board of Ed and the Montclair Public School District accountable for polluting us with more PFAS? Because now it's so mainstream that you can just get it checked on your annual checkup. So please stop them. They're polluting us.
Thank you. And I know this full body will give kudos to our director, Gary Abzarni, who years ago came to us with a plan to filter before it was required by the state or it was on anyone's radar. To filter that out of all of our water systems, which we have been doing, but it is great that we're now able to go after them for some money to cover some of those costs. But just for residents to know, we do filter that out of all of our water sources. But thank you. Good.
Anna, you were talking on resolution number 14, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Eric D'Amato, Norwood Avenue 25, speaking on 2423. Get it? 25, 24, 23, come on. Help me out here. Just very quickly, this is the town, as indicated by your moving speech at the beginning, that tries to not just do the minimum. ethically. That's sort of the whole point of this place. You don't just do the ethical minimum and get away with what's legal. You try to be a little bit better. The revelation that this $1,000 donation was made quite recently to the person who runs the company that you're voting on for a disbursement. It may be legal for you to vote on that, Mr. Mayor, at a bare minimum, but is that really what you want to do? You want to do the legal bare minimum? So I would say, why don't you think about recusing on that and giving it a wash instead of just doing the minimum that this state, which basically is one big legal minimum ethically in this country, unfortunately. Why don't you just rise above it a little bit tonight and not take that vote and let your colleagues do it instead? Thank you.
Hi, Lauren Berman, Highland Avenue. I'm also here to talk about the conflict with Neglia and that you should not be approving it tonight. I was unable to attend the last meeting because I was ill when a number of residents spoke about how the Aubrey Group should not have been approved because they didn't even have relevant experience. Eric D'Amato looked you in the face and asked you if we were going to find out that the Aubrey Group donated to your campaign. Since the last meeting, we've seen your R1. We've seen that, yes, the Aubrey Group has donated to your campaign. We don't have an interest in having all of our tax dollars go to your campaign donors, and so we're asking you to do the right thing.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Allison Sargent, lifelong resident of 11 Champlain Terrace, and I would like to alert the town council, as I know you are in a lawsuit, which saddens me greatly, what the board have had. This morning, yesterday morning, a very sad demolition occurred at Woodman Field just after daybreak. The historical ticket booth that was the oldest structure on Woodman Field, built in 1926 by the national acclaimed architects firm of Starrett and Van Vleck. They also built Montclair High School, Watchung School, and many other Montclair landmarks. This ticket booth in 1926 was to all the first and only point to enter Woodman Field games, and took place, and it was Essex Field at the time, then named Woodman Field in 1935. History has it that many of Montclair's most acclaimed athletes and their families walked through this ticket booth and often signed their names. It was a jewel of sports history in Montclair and deserved to be preserved, moved, documented, photographed. Anything would have sufficed. I have continually been horrified by the dysfunction in the demolition, renovation of Woodman Field. But yesterday at 7 a.m., when I asked the workmen very politely to not crush this historical ticket booth, pause, just make a phone call and check with their superiors at the Montclair BOA. I had met with, actually, a gentleman that Dr. Pons sent to speak to me the second week in September. I noted to him, because the ticket booth is at the end of my driveway for my family's entire history over 70 years, and I told him of its historical significance. The ticket booth, the workers ignored me, crushed and demolished it faster and faster, and just if I could finish the point, I got a call later yesterday from the Historical Preservation Society, who had heard of this, reached out to Dr. Pons, asked for a call back just to identify and go look at the remains in the dumpster. No calls have been made. I beseech you, to please, I know you're in a difficult position, help this situation. You did nothing but speak to history. We are demolishing history in front of us. You have to do something about it.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, hello again. is Mariana Horta on Gordonhurst Avenue again. I'd like to ask a question about the PFAS law firm. Which entities are they going to sue? Like, who's polluting our water? What is the plan?
If you'd like to use your time, then he can answer your question.
That's number
No.
14, number 14 again.
I'll catch him up later then.
I
If
can
we-
answer
I
that
thought everyone would want to know, but
Yeah, no,
here
he'll
we go.
answer it. Mhm.
Then I'd like to talk about efficiency and about your interview of the wonderful people at the police department. They told us about all those great things they do, and they didn't talk, you did not ask them how they could do it at a better value to Montclair taxpayers. I'd like to remind you, and these are data from 2022, that's the latest data available from the New Jersey Department of Community Services, which collates all the user-friendly budgets from every municipality in New Jersey. Montclair has 5.2 public safety full-time employees per individual resident. The only towns that have more than us are Atlantic, Linden, Orange, Kearney, Hackensack, and Howey. Among those 48 that are our peer in size. These towns are not our peers. They do not pay as much of their school. We pay 90% of their school. The state pays for most of their schools. We pay, our municipal taxes are about 85% coming from residents. Commercial taxpayers pay most of their taxes. None of the communities who are our peers, who pay as much for schools and pay as much from residents, spend as much as Montclair. Montclair is paying $553 per every woman, man, and child in this town, only for the police officers, personnel only, and only those personnel who are police officers. The towns that are paying as much, 4 others. The other 44 municipalities are not paying as much.
Thank you.
In fact, I'd like to let you know that Westfield is wonderfully well managed. Mr. LaPolla lives there, and I'd like to tell Mr. LaPolla that Montclair taxpayers would like to pay $309 per man, woman, and child, which is how much Westfield is paying. I would like a police department that is not just wonderful, it's efficient. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Burr?
Mayor, I can't identify who the specific defendants will be, because that's in pending litigation. And once a list is provided to the township and they identify all those defendants and file the lawsuit, we will make that list available.
Thank you.
Mayor, we do notice 3M and DuPont have already participated in the class action suit, and the way this works is based on historic data provided to the DEP and the EPA. Lists are developed as to what communities are prioritized. Montclair is on the A list. I just wanted to mention that Livingston received $6.5 million in a similar class action settlement for a PFAS cleanup. So I think it's important and that we move on this and hopefully get our fair share as quickly as possible.
We're gonna move on this, for sure.
Okay. I'm Erin Bullen, 17 Champlain Terrace. Very quickly, I would just like to bring back to resolution number 14, and just say out loud, I think, and I kind of said it, but very simply, if you are going to very wisely participate in this cleaning up of PFAS, do not excuse me, but dumbly allow a massive amount more to just be dropped right back in. Why would we do the work to take it out if we are simply going to dump more back in? That's it. Okay, love you guys.
Good evening, Diane Anglin, 158 Orange Road, Montclair, New Jersey, 07042. I don't know which resolution, but I do want to say that, and I know people look at me and say, Diane is the president in AACP, but I am here as a resident today speaking for myself. I want to congratulate you all. I thought the presentation from the police department was well needed, and we appreciate that. But I also want to talk to residents and just have them understand that we all have different histories here in Montclair. sometimes what people value. We were brought up and we were educated on the fact that, like even with Woodman Field, my grandmother went to Montclair High School and couldn't get her diploma because she didn't have a birth certificate, but she did go through. My mother, Myrna Tyree, worked for the town forever, but my mother, in those times that little field house was sitting there, you know, we had different ways to enter Woodman Field. She was the only, at that time, there could only be one African-American cheerleader. And my mother, one year, I think nobody could beat her out. She had it going on. So she said, I'll become a twirler so that somebody else can become a cheerleader. So some of the histories in Montclair, and people, you know, we look at things and people say, oh, I saw this and I did that. It's very different for a lot of African Americans who came up in this town. So I just want to make sure that people understand those histories and how different they are for different people. Have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Seeing no one else to speak to resolution items, we'll close that part of the hearing here. Next, we've got new business ordinance O-24-01, which is an ordinance supplementing Chapter 190 Housing in the Township Code, Montclair. Lead paint. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments? Councilwoman Price Abrams.
Thanks, Mayor. You know, I don't know if I threw this question to you earlier, Mr. Lapola, but, you know, it occurs to me, and I don't know if this is a reason for us to pause it and just pass it next time perhaps, but if there's an issue about the lead-based paint and it may require in certain dwellings that it be remediated, I just wondered how this might cross over with the rent control ordinance and whether there's any kind of, like, could this end up being passed on as a cost to tenants, or, you know, like with some exception that they're allowed to raise it because they've got this as an expense. I was curious if that could have maybe an unintended impact, and I just raised that with my colleagues. I didn't have a chance to like hunt everybody down to discuss it, but I don't know if that's a reason to sort of, unless there's a reason to move this more expeditiously.
Well,
Maybe
two
we
things. I'll
understand
defer
that.
to council on your question, but the second part is we need to pass this so we have the enforcement power to enforce the new law. We need to amend the code that gives our inspectors the authority to do this,
You're saying, so it's
Yes.
got an urgency of passing tonight.
so to speak.
Well, it's got to be
it's first
introduced,
move.
it's got to be
It's a first-
introduced,
it's an
right,
introduction.
for introduction.
Well,
and-
That being said,
if we
I
do
think
learn something in the next
Paul
2
can
weeks, we
address
might
that-
have to
that
amend
part of
it.
the issue.
Councilwoman Price Abrams, you had raised that question
I did write it.
this afternoon.
Oh,
Yes, you
right.
did.
Yesterday, maybe.
Or yesterday, one either was it, we saw your email today. We looked at it, we went through the rent control ordinance, and there are protections already in place for, that would not allow the landlord to just simply pass along the cost of the lead abatement in the case that was, that occurred. So in the rent control ordinance, there are certain provisions that allow for hardship and major capital gain increases, but that has to go before the rent control board, those applications. So we feel confident that if this does occur, there are the safeguards in place with the rent control ordinance.
Okay, and then to the extent that it's in the minutes of the meeting, I mean, I'd like it reflected that that is the intention of the body when we pass this, that would not be acceptable based on what the attorney just described as their review.
Okay, so noted. Any other questions, concerns, comments?
Thanks.
Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is ordinance O-24-02, which is an ordinance to amend the salary ordinance. Office Professional Employees Union, Local 32, so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments?
Just a question for the manager. This is the union that represents them, Office of Professional Employees. Is that just for a title? It says for the year 2019 through 2025. So this
Because
is
that-
like
the
a
con- the-
retroactive contract?
The contract ends in 2025.
Right, but what-
Just for the purpose of this, is that when we started our budget discussions back in November, it came to my attention that there were employees of the town making $15 an hour, basically, a little bit less, and we made a commitment to pay a living wage, so we approached the union and said we wanted to raise the salaries of these people to over $19. They came back and asked if we would include the step for the following contract year, but I think this is the last of the employees who are making minimum wage. So we are happy that we have, I think this is the end. I don't think there's any others, but we thought that it appropriate that we at least pay $19 and change as a minimum wage.
Of course, thank you, that's a good thing to do. People should make $25 an hour. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, concerns,
Living
comments?
wage.
Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Right, yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next, we have consent agenda items. We've got items 1 through 7. A8 was asked to be held, and I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. This is part of consent agenda. So, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-24-023, which is a resolution authorizing the fair and open professional services agreement with Neglia Associates for municipal engineering services. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Questions, concerns, comments?
Yes, this is, the reason I pulled this out, because people had questions. My question is, it's not about the political part of it. My question is, for us to spend, I think, $400,000 for engineering services when we had a full-time engineer a few years ago, and full-time engineer cost us less than half of that. No aspersions on you, Norberto, but, for us to be spending that much money for an outside consulting firm, I would recommend we bring it inside and pay less than half of that, I believe. I mean, the salary, of course, you have to add benefits, but that's what I think our former engineer, who was an outstanding African-American woman, left, and we started to do this consulting system, which has gone up and up and up. And then, of course, the questions people have been raising here makes me even more concerned, but it is a question financially of how we're spending our money again, not efficiently, not productively. It's a wasting of resources that could be used to hire teachers and other people to do work, social workers, senior citizen programs. This is just a question of our priorities.
Mr.
So I'm
LeBeau,
opposing this contract.
Do you have any specifics around the question, which is the
Look,
funding?
All I would like to, in response to Councilor Russo, is that I do believe that at that time you still had consulting engineers. Granted, it may not have paid as much, but if we were able to find an engineer to hire on staff, the salary would probably be in the $130,000 to $180,000 range plus benefits. So if we were to take that and deduct it out, we'd still, we'd be spending, we'd still have to be spending at least $300,000 or $100,000 on consulting engineers, just on the traffic matters alone that we're working on, which, in addition to what we're doing with the parks and everything else. But, we have probably quadrupled at least on the projects we're trying to accomplish in terms of traffic. So I don't think, in my experience, that this is an unreasonable number at all. If you're going to be active and do projects, you're going to have to hire engineers to assist in that role. Gone are the days where you can have 2 or 3 or 4 engineers on staff to do the work. They're just not there.
So you're saying we would have a savings, but it wouldn't be $200,000?
No, I think you'd spend the money on a salary plus a consultant. I think at the end of the day, it's going to cost you the same amount of money.
Oh.
Okay?
So you're saying that the $400,000 for this firm is all we're spending now? We don't hire any other outside consultant, right? So it's just this.
Occasionally on a bigger project that we do. I can tell you this much. We are advertised for the director of community services. We've advertised all over. We've said engineer preferred, and I think we received 1 resume out of about 50 who had an engineering degree but had no experience, out of 50.
See, I
And
really
we pay better
I want you to,
most towns in terms of
I'm
department
sorry
heads.
to dwell on this, but I want you to prove this by showing me the numbers, because everybody's been saying, gee, we're spending too much on a consulting firm, but you're explaining that we'd have to have consultants anyway. But even in addition to this firm, as nice as Norberto is, you still may have to have consultants on top of that. So you could be spending $500,000. Let's say we go up to $500,000 for engineering services when we had a full-time person, could be $130,000, as you said. So I still say it's a save. You could save half the money if you hired a full-time person. That's the bottom line. So show me the numbers.
Any other questions, concerns, comments?
Yeah, couple of questions here. So, I just want to make sure I understand this. We hire a full-time engineer, and we're still going to have to go out for jobs for engineering work.
On some things.
Right. Well,
Can you put your microphone on, Mr. LaPola?
If you have a large amount of work that you're doing, you have an engineer who spends most of their time supervising all the projects that are going on.
Right.
The engineer's not sitting there and designing. Norberto works on this. We have other engineers. If you're going to do a big project, say, and hypothetically you were, going to do a major reconstruction of something or a major road project that costs millions of dollars, you'd have to hire another engineering firm to do that design work and oversight, et cetera, et cetera. That would not be done internally. I don't think that the numbers we pay for engineers is anything extraordinary. I think it's in line with what every other town of this size or, any size would have to pay. But
so I think
there are
Bob's
not
real-
engineers. We've been looking aggressively to find an engineer to hire on staff, and literally, it's not happening.
So I think the question Bob really wants to know is how much have we spent on engineering services in the last year or 2 years? You may not know that right now, but I think that's something that he'd like
I
to
think
get.
I can get you the information. I know what we paid Neglia, but I would have to get the information on the other projects, if you want that.
Well, I do want more numbers, more information.
Okay.
But I can't see us spending $500,000 on engineering when we used to have a full-time engineer that we spent maybe $100,000 at that time.
So I think, Bob, what you're asking is that we find out what the differences will be.
Yeah.
What did we spend when we had an engineer? What are we spending without an engineer? I think it's a fair question.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Schlager?
I have a couple of questions. It's nothing personal, Norberto, but, so Mr. Hernandez works for Neglia, so
Yes.
he's our designated engineer through their
Yes.
firm.
Yes.
Does he work for any other towns or just Montclair exclusively?
I think he works for a couple of other small towns, is that correct?
And really, that does transcend into now 5 days a week, essentially, I'm working for Montclair.
Okay. Okay, and you have he has, I'm sorry, I don't, he has a designated office
Yes.
here?
Yes.
And is it
Yes, he
here
does.
or-
No, it's in the other building.
But community
Community
services? Okay, okay, that's all. Thank you.
Any other questions, concerns, comments? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
No.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-2425, fair and open contract with Morton Salt for the provision of rock salt. I so move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-24-026, which is authorizing fair and open professional services contract to Waters McPherson and McNeill for Bond Counsel. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Questions, concerns, comments?
Could we bunch the rest of them?
Yeah, you know,
No, let's do these
Without-
individually. There's a lot of money involved here.
What, would you like one held out?
But we shouldn't do, we should just do what's on the agenda, which is individually to do these. They're not consent. These are not
These weren't on
consent.
the consent agenda.
Right.
Forgive me, that was my mistake.
Okay. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Yep, moved and seconded. Questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
No.
Counselor Schlager absent. Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is resolution authorizing the township, R-2427, resolution authorizing the township to award professional services contract General Litigation Attorney, Riker Danzig, I so move. It's moved and seconded. Questions, concerns, comments?
Yeah, I'd like to know how much this is costing us again, Mr. Town Attorney.
What's the question?
What's it costing us to have Riker Danzig?
Do you want to know what the not-to-exceed amount is for Riker Danzig?
Yeah,
It's
well, that's important.
90 or $95,000.
90.
So have we been exceeding it?
Have we exceeded it?
Yeah, have we been exceeding it?
I don't understand the question.
Well, the
You
question
mean
is, if
this
you...
contract this year? We're just entering into this contract this year.
Right, but what about our past contract? Did
Yes.
we exceed it?
Did we exceed the 223? Yes, we did.
By how much?
I don't have the exact number.
But it's substantial, right?
Yeah, well, it's substantial because they've done a lot of, there's been a
Yeah,
lot of
okay.
litigation work in town. Right, Councilman Russo?
Well,
You're not asking me, I'm asking you.
Wait a minute, before y'all
On
get into
behalf of the public,
So,
I'm
Bob,
asking you.
Before you get into that, I did ask Mr. Burr how many lawsuits we currently are involved in. And do you mind sharing those numbers?
Well, the major litigation, there are approximately 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 major cases that are currently being handled, that the township is currently being sued in. That doesn't consist of all the slip and fall and tort cases that are going on in town also. There's probably about 20 lawsuits going on in town at present.
So you can expect us to spend over the amount.
Oh, yeah, I'm just saying, why couldn't we do more law work internally? This is what I've been saying for years, and spend the money on you and your staff, or add to your staff, and not go out with these expensive law firms. That's all I'm saying. It's a concept of government. Keep the staff and expenditure internal, like with engineering, with law. When you go out to these consultants, engineering firms, law firms, you're going to spend a lot of money. You put caps on it, then you have to keep exceeding. So it goes way beyond what you're planning to spend, and you can't forecast it. I know you can't always know, but it is a costly way of doing things.
No, and to your point, Councilman Russo, I believe I've had indicated back in 2021 when I was being interviewed for the position that I thought that the law department was well understaffed and needed additional attorneys in the department. For a town this size, you probably need another 2 or 3 attorneys, similar to a corporate counsel staff, if you want to keep everything in-house or a majority of it in-house. I have asked in the budget presentations for a paralegal that would help at least us managing those lawsuits that are being handled by outside firms, because that's a lot of the time, a lot of our time is consumed by that. But the one thing, it wouldn't eliminate, just to be clear, it wouldn't eliminate the use of outside counsel, because there's specialties that we need, or the township needs from their attorneys, whether it be labor counsel, whether it be tax appeal, whether it be bond counsel. And it'd be similar to you, if you needed medical attention and you go to your generalist for a heart condition or for a neurological condition, you wouldn't go to that individual. To treat you, you would want to see a specialist. So
It's not a good analogy.
So we do.
Here's the point.
So we do.
Here's
So
the point. You are spending a lot of money on outside legal counsel on things that we didn't have to have lawsuits against us, okay? That's the problem. So let's stop all the need for lawsuits being defended by outside counsels. That's number one. Number two, bring it in-house. You just said paralegal. I thought you had somebody on your staff that's sort of a paralegal. You should have a paralegal on your staff. We used to have a paralegal that I dealt with, so I think you ought to have a paralegal. We should actually reduce the reliance on outside counsel and keep things in-house. That's general philosophy of government that I'm advocating, and I know a lot about it because I teach it.
Well, aren't there conflicts also? Why you have to outsource some of those lawsuits?
That's correct. That's correct, Councilman.
That's what the issue is.
That is a problem. If we have too many conflicts, that our town attorney has too many conflicts to handle a lot of things.
Not the township attorney, it's some of the internal works that happen here.
Well, My point is made. I'm voting against it.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
No.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-24-028, which is a resolution authorizing the Township to award professional services contract for labor employment attorney, Cleary, Giacobbe, Alfieri, Jacobs. I so move.
Second.
Questions, concerns, comments?
Just a question again. I see that number 13 is also a labor attorney. So I just have a question for you, Mr. Town Attorney. Why are we going to hire Hatfield Schwartz Law Group as well as this law group when we used to have just Genova Burns, which I know they don't want to be our attorney anymore for labor and employment, but why two firms?
To address conflict issues. Councilman Russo.
To address, okay, in other words, we've got the two of them retained, but we don't necessarily have to spend it on both.
We
Only if
don't
we need
necessarily,
to.
we use them as we need them, and we will determine that based on the actual cases that come up.
All right.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
We need labor attorneys, yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-24-029, resolution authorizing the Township to award professional services contract for labor employment for Hatfield Schwartz. I so move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-24-030, resolution authorizing the Council of the Township of Montclair to execute legal services agreement related to the PFAS litigation services. I so move.
Second.
Anything else? Any questions, PFAS? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-24-31, which is a resolution approving the adoption of the revised Employee Handbook for the Township of Montclair. I so move.
Second.
Move second. Mr. Lepola, would you like to speak to it?
We're going to table this.
Oh, would you? Okay. Do you want to speak to it, and then we'll table?
I was going to say, Council Price Abrams has asked for a couple of weeks to review and ask some questions.
Any objection?
Yes. No, I agree with her. When I read the way the resolution read, it says that we've read this, and I know I haven't. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
Seeing no objection, it's considered tabled for 2 meetings. That was the number. All right, next is Resolution R-24-32, which is a resolution awarding a contract to the Aubrey Group for the Township Grant Writing Services, and I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Questions, concerns, comments?
Yes, multiple questions here, starting with who came up with the $50,000 amount?
I believe last year's amount was $40,000, and we decided this year to increase the amount to not to exceed $50,000.
So here's the thing. When we first engaged this group, it was $15,000. Then the next year, there was a request to go up to 40, which became a matter of some internal issues within the township. And then now we want to go to 50. And so I went on their website and looked up some of the townships that they represent, and then inquired about those fees. So the city of East Orange has a contract of $25,000 with the Aubrey Group. The city of Newark has a contract for $29,500. Union has $35,000. So why are we giving them $50,000? We come nowhere near the size of Newark. We're almost doubling it. And therefore, and I think when you do work with grant writers, one of the things that should come into that is the more work they do, the better pay they can get. It shouldn't be, we're going to pay you $50,000 up front, and then you get work. Whereas, I mean, to go up that amount, considering what the other townships that work with them are getting, I just think this needs to drop some considerably.
I think it's a not to exceed, and we spend time, the Education Committee, consulting with them basically monthly, and then there's some consultation I know they do with people, employees of the township as they're doing follow-up. But we identify grants that we believe will actually be beneficial through parks, through other infrastructure, they're very knowledgeable about how to go and get these things. And so it's how much time we have them spend. I mean, it's money that tends to pay for itself, and that's why I didn't pick the amount, but that's why we went from 17 or whatever it was up to 40, to the extent that there's this number. I don't know if I specifically focused on it being different than last year's number, but the point is, I know we spend a decent amount of time monthly running through a long list of projects that we identify as suitable or not, or it's been made to our attention, we can send it to the History Center, maybe that actually is something they can pursue on their own. So we've been made aware of how we can benefit the town in various ways, and that is why I think they've been effective for us.
So I would like to know how many grants they've gotten us. And then on top of that, I do go back to, I have no idea how they would spend more time with us than Newark, because I don't see.
believe Newark would have full-time
what I'm
grant
saying-
writers on staff.
What I'm saying to you is, for us to pay them this amount of money for grant writing services, then not to concede can go lower. Because we then also, do they get a percentage of what they bring in?
No.
So we just pay them flat fee of $50,000, up to $50,000, and after that, there's no more money that they can request.
Well, we haven't. I mean, they couldn't expend it unless we came and asked for additional funding from council to increase their not to
Exactly.
exceed.
And so
But
my
that's-
point is, they went from the 15 to the 40, which is one of the reasons why we're in one of our lawsuits. And then, because there was some concerns of why we went up so much in 1 year, and now we're going up to 50. So have they done, what it would say, from 15,000? So have they done 4 to 5 times more work in the last 5 years, or the last 3 years that we've had them? And on top of that, as a couple of the grants that they have gotten for us, I mean, these are grants that brought a considerable amount of money that, township employees do a lot of the writing of the information because technically they don't know it. And then the other part is this is the same group we gave $60,000 to the last meeting for a service that they have no experience in. And so my question was, I did ask, can you tell me one arena, stadium, building that the Aubrey Group saw in engineering anywhere in America? Anywhere. Yet we gave them $60,000 last month. Now we're giving them $50,000. So $100,000 in 2 months. I just think that's too much money to give to someone when the work that they do, if they go over, if we offer them $30,000, I bet you they take it. And if they did more than $30,000 work, we'd have to pay them. But to start at $50,000, that's just too much money. And I think we just had a whole conversation about how we're stewards of money, how we care about everything. This is an example of just not doing that.
Councilwoman President?
I would like to say I would like to say a couple things. One is that they secured us 2 very significant grants, and someone else will remember the dollar amounts more, early in the tenure of our council, and it was based on staffing in this building that they weren't actually followed through on. And so they have sought to support and to make sure we're getting the connections with the federal agencies and things, and some of those things were dragged not because of their efforts. That said, if we want to notch this down to 40 and then go from there, or 30 and come back and revisit it, I'm actually fine with that. So if we wanted to bump it down to 30 and then just say we can revisit this if their work is requiring and we would believe it calls upon additional dollars, we will see how far that takes it.
Mr. LaPola, you have to authorize all of these expenditures, correct?
Well, look, it all becomes a function of, we're being very aggressive on grants now. So we reached a point in time where, at some point in the year, and in the past on those lower numbers, they reached a point in the year, early in the year, when their services just stopped. The numbers weren't increased. Grants sort of just floated in the air while decisions were made on whether or not to increase their funding. So it's totally up to you, Mayor and Council. But I would just tell you that if we're going to be aggressive, we will be back to ask for an increase.
Well, that's fine. That's what we do with engineering. It's the same thing. So we should just be, I agree we should be aggressive, but to start out at 50, to go this amount of money over what we've done compared to what their same deals with other municipalities, some larger than us, some equal to us, It makes no sense why we're paying them $50,000 and Union's paying them $35,000.
Why do you think they're getting the same service? Why would?
I didn't say they're getting the same service. I said they're getting.
They don't do anything unless I authorize them to.
Let me ask you this question. Did anybody here ask how much they're getting from other locations that they work for? And if you go on their website, they don't even have Montclair on there as a client.
Counselor, the only thing relevant is what the hourly is. If the hourly is a discount, that's a different issue than if it's,
The only thing
if they
that's-
choose to have less.
What's relevant to you is not
Services.
relevant to me. What's relevant to me is that we have a
Well, just
location
not to-
that we're
not to have
paying.
two people getting the back
Well,
and forth
she
each
asked
other,
me a
but
question,
I understand.
is that it does not make sense to me that we're paying them $50,000. Same organization, we gave a $63,000 contract to last month for something that they have no experience in doing. And so it just doesn't smell right to me, and I think if anything, I'm not questioning their ability to do grants. However, if you're telling me that they'll do less work for us if we gave them a $30,000 contract than in 50, that tells me something about them.
They would.
So I just think it's too much money to go to this grant writing company.
I do-
And that's not just them, just like with Millennium. Millennium was a company that does very well with grant writing services. They have a whole bunch of townships. In fact, they used to work with us, but what we found was because they're doing so much work with other places, they weren't giving us the services that we needed. So we went to Aubrey, a smaller group, not as many companies. But the money that we're spending is too much up front, in my opinion. Now, we have other counselors, there's 6 other people up here who can say something different.
I do want to make one other point, if I may. You've said a couple times they have no experience in the other project that we just authorized them for. And it's not about ice rinks, it's about how do you do a fundraising initiative, they have substantial experience, as I understand it, in what it takes to.
Laura, if you
So-
read the RFP, it asks for engineering services for building parks and
We've
arenas.
talked about the engineering services,
That
that was
is-
separately.
that's what
that
it
was a
says.
separate study that we have, so,
So
okay,
with
we'll
that,
park
I'll
that.
call the question,
Yeah.
Madam Clerk.
Wait, don't call question. I just have to ask now, were they involved with the anti-hate grant that the police got?
On a
They
very
help us
limited
get-
basis. That grant was pretty much done. They came in and took it to the end. But there was also an issue with, once the person who wrote that grant originally with us left the company, and then in between that is one of the reasons why the anti-hate grant was delayed a lot. But they were participants in that grant, yes.
But now, since that grant has not been used for 2 years, the company that's our grant advisor okay. The people that are in charge of grants for us, see, if we had a grant, I'm not going to talk if they're talking. The people in charge, if we had a grants writer on staff or somebody assigned to grants writing within our government structure, then that person should be involved in this whole, what I call a fiasco of not having used the money for 2 years for the anti-hate crimes grant. But now these people were on board, they should have maybe been involved in making sure a grant that we did receive was in fact used to help our town. Okay, now let me just get to the point that Councilman Cummings made, because I feel the same way he does. If you're telling me that Newark and other towns even bigger than us are paying a lot less for this service, why are we paying $50,000? So I have to ask again, and I'm going to ask this question on behalf of the public that's asking me, which I can't answer, did this company give a contribution to Mayor Spiller? Yes. I'm asking Mayor Spiller.
Okay, so we'll call the question, and specifically, I'll say this before we go to the vote.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, go ahead and speak. I don't want to cut you off.
Sure.
But
You have a
I do
question?
have a couple questions over here. I've
Yeah.
been painfully quiet, so.
Yeah, fair enough.
As
Mr.
long as we
Deputy
don't
Mayor
don't call a question on me.
Fair enough, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Councilor Cummings, real quick, you had said you had made inquiries, but of whom did you make the inquiries? I just want to know where you got your information.
Are you talking about from townships?
Well, you had said, I made an inquiry, I asked about arena and other projects. I don't know did you just do it on your own, on the website, or?
Yeah, I looked at
how
their
did you get that
website
information?
and looked at the work that they've done, their client list, and none of it showed anything involved in that.
Okay.
And then I looked at but first I looked at our RFP, when you're talking about the arena.
Correct.
Right, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay. Because and I wasn't involved in negotiating this. I used to be on the Education Committee once upon a time. I'm not now. My concern, too, is that there's no incentives built in. We've always had incentives when it came to the grant writers. When I was on the Education Committee once upon a time, it just makes sense. Now, we don't have that now. I don't know why, but that's a concern that I have, quite frankly.
Every grant, when I was a consultant, and if I brought money in, I got 5% of what I brought in on top of whatever my monthly fee was. I do know from working at another township that employed the Aubrey Group that they had a $3,500 a month contract for 6 months, and after that 6 months, they did not renew. And so but I'm not saying that influenced this right here. What my issue is, compared to other townships that I looked on that on their website that they call clients, calls to people I know in those governments to ask specifically, hey, what are you guys charging? And those numbers were considerably different than what we're putting at as a not to exceed. And so that's where I'm saying, why are we at a not to exceed? And to your point about incentives, I do think incentives are very important and are a way to, because then what you get, you eat what you pray.
Absolutely.
And
that's
so
why it's incentives.
I agree with you.
But can I just clarify one point on incentives? You can't pay them part of the grant, so you have to budget the incentive.
Oh, absolutely.
Without a doubt.
So you are going to be in a position where,
Yes.
you give them an incentive when we get the grants, but the budgetary impact
Correct.
for the cost of the consultant will be higher.
Well, Michael,
Saying
she's saying,
that
and
You
it's
can't
not-
give them part of the grant. It's
This
all,
is-
it
and
has to be
it's-
budgeted.
And it's not my
It
first
can't be
rodeo.
zero.
I know how the incentives work, because we had them in the
Exactly.
other contracts. And I'm glad you clarified that, Michael, and I wasn't suggesting
and
otherwise.
it's no different than what Norberto brought up about Nishuane. That amount, if we do all the things that people are asking us to do, it's probably going to go over the cost of what the state is offering. So we are going to have to pony up. We will. And if this grant writing company delivers money, God bless them, we should pony up to them. You come up with a fee that is equitable and fair to both parties. But just to say we're going to go above, because then when you do, what we're doing is, we're saying, okay, not to exceed 50,000. They're going to go do work. We're going to get bills from them. We're going to go over $50,000. And we don't know what the limit will be. All I know is right now they got 100,000 for us. Or if we add this right here.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Cummings, and I thank you for doing the legwork, and that's why I was asking. I
No
wasn't
problem.
trying to challenge your sources, I just wanted to know
Oh, no.
where it came from.
Listen, it's called E-code.
Gee, I never heard of that one
I know.
before. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate that.
You bet, sir. Specific, I just will note, I think to Councilwoman Price Abrams' point, I know you have the opportunity as well to serve there. This is a not to exceed amount. Not to exceed amount is not how much someone gets paid. It's the rate. You noted it specifically. The rate that is charged town by town, that's the comparable number. If the rates are the same, that's what you're paying. For other entities, as you note, some of the larger places that do have full-time grant writers that do the work, they obviously might use an outside grant writer less or more, depending. Secondly or thirdly, whichever number I'm up to, I know that, because it's been noted a few times here, and quite frankly, residents have come to this meeting, last couple meetings prior to this one, talking about specifically one of the really big grants that we received and has languished, and we on the Education Committee have watched that. Mr. LaPola, I know you tried to wrap your arms around it. It languished because after they secured the grant, right, it was moved over to staff, and then it did not get handled, right? And we have to then factor in, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to your point, Mr. LaPola has reached out and asked, some of the grant work to, hey, shepherd it through after the grant is received to make sure that we don't lose these dollars, right? That's not going to re-get more money. It's a, hey, if you want that time, you're going to pay the hourly rate to manage that grant, but to make sure we're not giving back the million. So there's, at that point. So I know Mr. LaPola was leaning into that space. So there's a lot of pieces on it. Again, it's a not to exceed. I think the challenge before, or anytime you have in this arena a not to exceed, and if there's a delay and we're not going after grants, that's the problem. Yeah, but anyway, that's where. Yep, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
No.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
No.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Abstain.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. All right. Next is Resolution R-24-33. Councilwoman Schläger, if you don't mind.
Yes. Whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair in favor of the following persons for the amount set, opposite their respective names have been received, duly audited, and found correct. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair, the County of Essex, that said invoices be, and they are hereby ordered paid, that checks be drawn by the Finance Department to the order of such persons for the amounts respectively, hereinafter stated on the computer printout attached hereto and made a part hereof. This bill list is dated January 30th, year of 2024, for $18,110,880.64. And I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
I have to abstain because I haven't read the bill list. I got in late, as I asked you to deliver my packet on Monday because I was out of town for work all weekend and it rained, so I didn't want the rain to tear it up because unlike Mr. Herlock here, I don't have access to my house other than when it's raining outside, so I will abstain from this.
Is that a lot like the dog ate my homework, Mr. Cummings? Because it sounds like it to me. Just saying.
Deputy Mayor
Just the more
Herlock?
adult version.
Yeah, right. Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schläger?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. That concludes the agenda items, and thank everybody. With that, we'll open up to public comment. All speakers must complete the signage sheet before addressing the council. And again, you have 3 minutes to address the council. Please. Yes.
Does that say almost 11 p.m.?
Yes, it does.
So this public comment period at the end of the meetings, folks, could you hear me? This public comment, Mr. Manager, I don't object to having a public comment at the end, but there should be a public comment on any item at the beginning, as other towns like Verona and Bloomfield do. Because now, 11 o'clock is when some of these folks have been waiting here all night to say something about a general issue. And it's not fair and it's not democratic to have to wait till 11 o'clock to speak. I've been saying this all along, but now here it's proven, 11 p.m. Democracy in action.
My name is John Lang. I'm with the bike bus, live on Midland Avenue, and I'm here to talk about street safety. We had a great presentation from the police department earlier, and that's just part of some of the focus we've had on this topic over the last several months. So I wanted to acknowledge that focus and issue some thanks. Thanks to the council for creating and funding the Vision Zero Task Force and for passing the speed limit resolution recently and starting to implement that. Thanks to the MPD, both for the presentation, for supporting the bike bus and our weekly rides, the broader Safe Routes to School program, and also, as we heard earlier, for restoring their resources for traffic enforcement. The problem we have is that traffic enforcement isn't a scalable solution. It can be part of the solution, but it's not the whole solution. We need to do more. And signs, as we heard, are fine, but you only need to spend a few minutes at Watchung Plaza watching illegal left turns to understand how well signs work. It's not very well. A better, more efficient answer comes from better street design. Over the last few months, I've heard some acknowledgments of that idea from the council. Just tonight, Councilor Schläger mentioned how effective stop signs have been slowing traffic on Central Avenue. My kid's bus stop is at the corner of Central and Brunswick, so I see this every day. We need more action like this. Lieutenant Ignazzo earlier mentioned complaints from residents about speeding on the side streets between Grove and Ridgewood. Why don't we run some experiments with traffic calming on these streets? Try a bunch of different strategies, collect some data, see what works. Meanwhile, at the other end of those streets, over in Glen Ridge, they've taken a step forward by putting up flex posts around the crosswalks. This is on Ridgewood Ave, which is actually a county road. The posts improve visibility of pedestrians by enforcing existing no parking rules. They discourage the kind of unsafe passing that is all too common on Montclair streets. We could do stuff like that too. So while I'm appreciative for the progress, we need to keep it going. There's more resources going into enforcement, we've heard that, and I'd like to hope that there are also resources going into traffic calming. There's steps that we can take immediately, and that Montclair, as a progressive cosmopolitan town, to borrow a phrase, should be taking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Damara Scott. I am a homeowner in the 4th Ward,
and a grandchild of a veteran who served his country. I attended several township meetings last year where I expressed the abuse of power by employees and the fourth ward councilman. I was deemed a liar and was threatened with police involvement. I provided evidence of abuse and was threatened with further police involvement for the purposes of defending that lie. I've been underprotected, underserved, and overly policed as a retaliation for telling a Karen to get off my land. The fourth ward councilman blatantly lied, and not one representative of his township addressed or corrected him. The conduct of Montclair and the incompetency of leadership in government are one of the reasons why many do not vote. When I come here as a black woman and I express a problem, I do not expect to be met with any types of retaliation by the police. Major Jennings House, the principal of Buzz Aldrin and a friend of David Cummings, continues to be disturbing at all hours of the day and night. I have been unable to practice any of my Christian beliefs or even have a decent night's sleep. Major Jennings and his household progressively grow more and more hostile the more that I speak up and come to these meetings. I have the right to live safely in my home without the police being used as defenders of trespassing, crimes, and personal security guards. I asked for a code of conduct of the township employees and representatives, and I have not received it. Montclair seems to subscribe to the Trump theory, believe what we say and not what you see. I do not subscribe to that theory. If you abuse power, you should lose power. Do your job or leave. Make room for someone who has the ability to tell the truth and take action on behalf of residents who do not cower. So Mr. LaPola, I believe it was you. I asked for a code of conduct for the councilman and Montclair township employees. I have not received anything.
I don't recall that, but I apologize, and we'll find whatever there is. If there is, it would be in the code. So.
Okay, so I would like to receive that, because if you don't have a code of conduct that says as a minimum, if you are taking a seat here, that you should be at least on the side of righteousness or even on the side of truth, then you do not need to have a seat. Just because I have not grown up in this neighborhood, although I have worked and lived in this town for 20 years, but although I have not lived here from the beginning to the end, it does not mean that because I do not subscribe to joining your clique or bowing down to what you guys do in a neighborhood has nothing to do with me. I do not get a discount on my taxes because you are who you claim to be. I'm expected to pay my taxes. I paid over $500,000 for that house, more than both you and Mr. Jennings have paid. And when I do something like that, I don't expect to have any disturbances from anybody because they are friends with the fourth ward councilman. Thank you for your time. And have a good year. I'll be back until you address Mr. Jennings. Thank you.
Good evening. I know it's late, so I'm gonna be quick. My name is Rhea Tompkins. You've seen me up here before, 50 Greenwood Avenue, Union Garden. I'll say it like this: new management, new faces, same issues, okay? With me, first of all, elevator was out for 3 years, came up for 6 months, it's been back down for 6 months. Back door broke 3 months, okay? They do not help us. Back in December, the code enforcement came to our building and had an inspection in every unit with the management. I sent an email to code enforcement as well as to the management, Ms. Malloy, the Seton Hall students, and Ms. Malloy and the Landlord Tenant Advisory Committee. They're the only ones that help us. Only ones. And all I asked was, tell me a listing of what was in my unit that needs to be repaired, okay? Because I'm not gonna just let anybody just walk up in my unit and all I get is an email or something, oh, we're gonna do repairs. What are you repairing? Who's coming in my unit? That was December 12th, no reply. Not from code enforcement, not from management. Sunday, I sent another email because I knew I was coming tonight. Still nothing. So, but if I don't let them come in my unit, then they'll send a thing to their attorney saying I'm not in compliance by letting them come into my unit. Would you just let people come into your home just because they said they can? That's not fair to us. We are paying tenants. They also, if you don't let them come, they try to bully you. People are still having issues with their ledgers regarding being told that they owe thousands of dollars because previous management didn't do recertifications, okay? And now this present management hasn't done the recertifications, but we're supposed to be penalized because they didn't do their work. They didn't do their job. Who is gonna help us? Who? We've been here since 2000. My sister had to leave because she had to leave. But we've been here since 2018 with this same issue, and nothing has changed. If anything, it's gotten worse. Personally, I think what they're trying to do is get us all out, demolish the building so they can build up to go along with all the other pretty little buildings that's around. That's what it seems like to me. Thank you.
Did you want to speak? I'm sorry, go ahead.
If you wanted to respond to her,
Well, I could listen to you both. I didn't know you were about to say.
you can respond to her first.
So just simply, I don't know that I received anything from you specifically, but I would be happy to try and talk with you, Mr. LaPola. Maybe we could figure out who from code enforcement is supposed to help them. I mean, I'm not sure of the mechanics of what.
What's his name? Carmine? Is that
Yeah,
his-
I would offer this as a
ahead.
reminder. So we did have code enforcement on this issue, right? Come into these chambers and speak to this issue, and the elevator was, at the time, right, one of the big ones, right? Here we are, though you said it worked for, whatever, 3 days, right? So Mr. LaPola, maybe there's we had the extensive report from code enforcement when they came here and explained pieces, but there needs to be, it goes down then, per your description, right? They come in and check, appreciate that, but you manage code enforcement, right? So please make sure that code enforcement is working on like an ongoing basis to keep updates and checking in, because it sounds like as they, we pressed and pressed and pressed, and at the last meeting totally got it, or not last meeting, but last time they came in, right, fully explained what they were doing and where they were and the violations that they had. But then now it seems it's resorted back. So I think there's got to be a way where it can't be driven by, you got to come to a council meeting for code enforcement to re-engage on it, right? You should be able to give us an update on that.
And Rhea, if you would, please keep me posted, and then we can at least keep some follow-up tabs for you. Thank you for coming.
Can I just ask a quick question before my time starts? Who is Mr. LaPola? Is he the Section 8?
He's a manager.
Oh, okay. So piggybacking off of what Mrs. Tompkins said, the management at the building is bullying us. It's to the point where you can't even get in contact with them because the phone is off. And when I say off, that they didn't pay the bill, so whoever they have the service through disconnected the phone. No one's never in the office. It's many people. They come. It's just people showing up at your apartment. They don't give you their name. There's no employee identification saying that they work for this company or even what their name is. And then when you don't let them in, they bully you saying, well, if you don't let them in, we're going to throw you out. We're going to take you to court to get you evicted. How fair is that for me to let someone, I am a young disabled female living by myself, and someone showing at my door, I'm just supposed to let them in? I don't know what could happen to me. They could kill me, rape me, anything. And because I'm not going to let them in because they can't identify themselves, then now all of a sudden they're threatening to take me for eviction. Like, that's not fair to us. And we've been here before. Last March we came here and they said it was going to get looked into, and nothing was never looked into. But the only thing I feel that was looked into between March and when we're back here again is a menu to order lunch. That's it. It's not fair at all. There's nowhere for us to turn. The upper management of the company, they won't answer us. Nobody is helping us. We don't know where to go. We don't know what to do. All we doing is ask for help so we can live comfortably. And then, like she said as well, I think that they are going to eventually get us all out, tear the building down, and put something else there, because the new prices that they have in Montclair is absolutely ridiculous, and whoever is on the Section 8 committee knows that the voucher they give people will not even cover what these landlords are charging for the rent. For a 2-bedroom voucher in Montclair, it's $1,750. They are charging $4,000 and $5,000 for just 2 bedrooms. You see how big of a difference that is? So we're stuck. We can't go nowhere. We can't do nothing. It's not fair at all. Nothing is fair. And we're not being helped.
Well, Mr. Burr, maybe I go to you, and I know as private with private residences, there's a harder situation there, but especially with the federal piece there, with Section 8 and others, like if there's a, can you look at all the levers at our disposal and see what it is that we can do?
And I see Ms. Malloy is getting ready to come up from the Landlord-Tenant Advisory Committee, which I know assists and aids tenants with information on where they can go. There, you know, if you're Section 8 tenants, you're receiving Section 8, you can speak to the Montclair Housing Authority officer, Mr. Morgan, and let him know that you're having problems there. If he's not able to assist you, I know the HUD, the Essex, the DCA, Division of Community Affairs, has a Section 8.
Can I respond to what you just said?
Yes.
So when I told them about the situation, because I'm looking for something else, because I have a whole dialysis center in my apartment and need more room, they said they don't help you look for apartments, you have to find it yourself. And Montclair has said that several times as well.
Well, I think what you then need to do is reach out to some other agencies that provide that type of assistance. There are volunteer attorney services down in Newark.
Mr. Burr, let's see, let me hear, what do you want to add to this, or?
Deirdre Malloy, Chairwoman of Landlord Tenant Advisory Committee. Some of the things that you're hearing are longstanding historical issues. We have engaged HUD and DCA, and a majority of the life safety issues were addressed. However, there are still some life safety issues that are not being addressed because there's yet again new management. Within the last, I think, 24, 48 hours, I'm hearing about this additional stuff here. I have reached out to Mr. Lapola regarding code enforcement, and I advised Mr. Lapola's office that if in fact code enforcement is used as a weapon against the tenants, that'll be a problem. But I do not believe that Carmine would do that. I've also put management on notice that they cannot threaten or harass these tenants, and what's happening is they have these new staff. The old super is no longer there. So they want to send in people to pick up the pieces from months ago to finish re-inspecting the apartments. The problem is they don't know who these new staff members are, and several of the tenants have health issues and are requesting masks and booties. So the management threatened that if you do not let them in, because we're not going to provide masks and booties, we will violate you for non-compliance and so on and so forth. I'm just hearing about the fact that you were just told that you would be evicted.
I got a violation letter.
Okay, so what will happen is that Landlord Tenant Advisory Committee will pick this up again with these new concerns and review them. I am going to reach out to HUD. I have a very close relationship, as the committee does, working with HUD. We let them know what's happening. They contact management immediately via email and address these issues. The problem is that it does appear as though they're trying to force the tenants out. I am concerned about that. The lack of repairs, the mismanagement, and some of these other things. I don't know how true that is, but sometimes it is a pattern with certain types of ownership buildings that are subsidized. Again, that's an assumption. It's a pattern that seems to be forming. I am not saying that it's true. However, these concerns are not getting better. HUD asked me to allow this management a few months to the end of the year. It's now January, that they would have things resolved, and that's not the case. The financial records are in such disarray that they can't even discern rightly the ledgers because they were never recertified, and it's just really a massive mess. So having said that, we will step in and take a look at what's happening so that we can get all of the facts together like we did before.
Like you did
right?
before. Thank you.
And we'll work with code enforcement in Mr. Lapola's office. And I'll speak with the tenants about the elevator and things like that and contact the county as well.
If you could do exactly as you did before, which are, thank you. And I think that was very effective, at least in that moment. So thank you.
Ms. Tompkins, hold on, Ms. Tompkins. Ms. Tompkins, my friend, Ms. Pamphil, who lives there, you know who I'm talking about. Ms. Pamphil says she has been threatened and not given proper heat, and she's had to go to court because they're trying to force her out. And this goes back to March of last year. I have text messages from that resident in your building. So I know that this is going on. There's evidence that this is going on. It's a pattern, as you said. So I think this is a terrible landlord that's doing things that shouldn't go on in Montclair, of all places. And we need to take action ourselves. And I hope that we can do more for you, because I thought it was resolved. I'm going back to the time of Mayor Jackson. Remember? Mayor Jackson was up here trying to get it done. We're still 6 years later. You're suffering, unfortunately, and I wanted you to know that I'm getting texts from people there who are saying they're being threatened.
We still
Threatened.
don't even know who the owner is. No one will tell us who the owner is.
This is outrageous.
So we don't even go look for it ourselves. Yeah. We don't even know who the owner is.
United States of America, right? Housing for profit, not for people.
So that's something we'll help them with. It's the management company that's really the issue. And Seton Hall Law is representing some of the tenants, and they have successfully done
Thank
so.
you.
Excellent.
Okay.
Excellent.
Yes.
Thank you.
Center for
Tenant
Social
advocacy
Justice.
group
Yeah.
would be greatly benefited here.
Well, we are, last thing I'll say is Mitch Kahn is working with us to help them form a tenants organization
Excellent.
because
Good,
previous
good.
attempts failed.
Right.
Oh, they said they didn't recognize it.
Don't worry about that. I dealt with the management company on that and told them they were violating their rights.
right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll get
Thank
back
you
to
again.
you.
Thank you,
so
ladies.
much.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Hi again, Eric D'Amato, 25 Norwood. You may have noticed that I and some other people were passing around a document, and I just wanted to share it with you out of fairness. It is on the issue of the benefits problem that we have here. And I just want you to know a couple of things. First of all, it was written by a group of people, about a half dozen people, including 2 attorneys. It was completed largely before the news yesterday of the mayor's taking the fifth at his deposition in the trial. And again, I just want you to have an opportunity to read it. It's to the Attorney General, Mr. Platkin. Dear Attorney General Platkin, we write as a group of concerned citizens of the Township of Montclair regarding ongoing reports that 8 current and former members of our Township Council, including Mayor Sean Spiller, are under criminal investigation for the illegal receipt of state health benefits paid for with premiums from our municipal government, as well as the submission of written certificates by councilors fraudulently claiming a minimum of 35 hours per week spent working on official council business. Our purpose in writing is to put your office on notice regarding the implications of political manipulation of the ongoing investigation. As a resident of Montclair yourself and appointee of the current governor, you will be well aware of the political sensitivities of this case. In addition to being mayor of Montclair, Sean Spiller is the president of the New Jersey Education Association, the largest public employee union in the state, and what the New York Times has called a political titan. Spiller is also widely seen as a potential candidate in both the May 2024 municipal election here, as well as next year's gubernatorial election. As a result, any decision to halt or delay an investigation or indictments in the case will invariably be seen as politically motivated. Therefore, we implore you to ensure that a thorough investigation is completed, regardless of any political discomfort it may cause. Given the factual similarity with the case in Wildwood, where 3 former members of the City Commission were indicted for theft by unlawful taking from the state health benefits program and for tampering with public records, we would have hoped that the same urgency was applied in the Montclair case. Indeed, on December 12th, the Press of Atlantic City, the 4th largest daily newspaper in the state, called Montclair, quote, the champ of benefits abuse, unquote, saying the township is in a league of its own when it comes to improperly showering benefits and money on affluent local officials. I'm going to cede my time now to Ms. Summer Padilla.
Lonnie Summer Padilla, Montclair resident. For taxpayers and residents of Montclair, the injury goes beyond the improperly received premiums and opt-out payments, which total more than $350,000 for Mayor Spiller and the 4 other currently serving councilors implicated in the arrangement: Lori Price Abrams, David Cummings, William Herlock, and Robin Schlager, according to an investigation by New Jersey Advance Media. Former Mayor Robert Jackson, who currently serves as the powerful administrator of Essex County, and former councilors Richard McMahon and Peter Giacobbe were also cited in the same report. The council is now spending thousands of dollars more of our community resources to fend off a related whistleblower lawsuit filed by our own township CFO, who claims to have faced retaliation for drawing attention to the scheme. Questionable tactics and positions taken by the township have led to public denunciation by Superior Court Judge Stephen Petrillo. The personal attorney for Mayor Spiller has repeatedly sought to delay his client's deposition in the case and to put proceedings under seal, while Mayor Spiller has refused to be deposed on Fifth Amendment grounds. The Montclair case is egregious for other reasons. The council hastily and potentially improperly passed an indemnification ordinance which compels taxpayers to pay for the councilor's individual defense, and at least 2 of the councilors who have been implicated in improperly attesting to working 35 hours a week to receive benefits are attorneys. Regardless of the multiple legal cases the township is now facing as a result of the improper actions of township employees and elected officials, we are determined to see justice served in this case and will scrutinize any further attempts to delay, avoid, or dismiss charges for signs of political intent. Because of this, we are copying the Office of Public Integrity and Accountability, the New Jersey Supreme Court Office of Attorney Ethics, and media outlets on this letter. We wanted to share this with you so that you would hear it firsthand from us. This is democracy in action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah Avery, Irving Street. Sean Spiller. This is a continuing theme. Mayor of Montclair and president of NJEA uses his position of authority to fund his personal campaign despite the obvious conflicts of interest. The NJEA conflict of interest policy explicitly states that taking advantage of your position for furthering your own financial or material gain within or outside of the association is grounds for removal. The NJEA 3-person executive committee, chaired by Spiller, has complete authority over NJEA and PAC funds. Spiller has held one of the 3 positions continuously since September 2013. Over time, Spiller, in direct violation of the NJEA conflict of interest policy, has directed over $143,000 to his personal campaign funds, $110,000 from the NJEA and $33,000 from Community for Academic Excellence and the County Association. As CEO, Spiller has authority over Community for Academic Excellence, the Passaic County Education Association, the Wayne Education Association, and Garden State Forward. Did you know that the Community for Academic Excellence is 100% funded by Wayne Public School teacher mandatory union dues? Spiller took this money from teachers' salaries. Do you believe that teachers are so well paid that they would rather support Sean Spiller than buy groceries? $143,000 is a lot of groceries. During his tenure with NJEA, Spiller has authorized the payment of over $65 million to Garden State Forward, funded by mandatory union dues to support the Democratic political machine without any transparency to members. Do you believe that teachers are so well paid they would rather buy elections than a house? $65 million is a lot of houses. Sean Spiller's abuse of his position as president of NJEA is destabilizing to our children, teachers, schools, educational system, community institutions, and the entire state, while abusing the position of mayor to politicize the town. He is undermining our safety and security. Can someone please tell me, how is Sean Spiller protecting our democracy? I got 10 seconds, and it's not a rhetorical question.
From pretty much the moment it was sworn in on July 1st, 2020, the council has been mired in scandal and dysfunction, and by now has compiled a record so woeful it's hard to imagine anyone running on it, much less defend it. From the illegal receipt of state benefits and cash waivers, to the submission of certifications fraudulently claiming they worked a minimum of 35 hours a week on official council business, to harassment by counselors and our former township manager of our CFO, the hasty passage of an indemnification ordinance putting Montclair taxpayers on the hook for legal costs of implicated counselors, and the ongoing attempt of the township to keep secret the content of the deposition of Sean Spiller, who pled the Fifth. For those of you who are not trial lawyers, the U.S. Supreme Court has held that the right against self-incrimination extends to civil cases. That's McCarthy v. Arnstein. And the court is entitled to draw adverse inferences against the party who pleads the Fifth. As Justice Brandeis said, silence is often evidence of the most persuasive character. It's almost unreal that Sean's now requesting reimbursement for his private attorney to plead the Fifth. He wasn't even a named defendant. But that's still only one plot line. Even those of us who tune in every week have had a hard time keeping up. There were fire department related scandals, the giveaway of millions of dollars in services to subsidize Glen Ridge, timesheet fraud, rigged promotions, deals for politically connected law firms, irregularities in the passage of the Lackawanna Plaza redevelopment plan, the granting of lifetime tenure to the same township clerk a court ruled had harmed the voting rights of our residents, the retaining of a municipal financial advisor that the federal government barred from serving as a municipal financial advisor, a costly attack on the public library, a mass resignation by the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee, and gross mismanagement of capital and renovation projects, like the public pool closed during the summer, and a municipal parking garage that sat empty for months because it flunked the town's own inspection. Nothing has gone right, at least for us residents. And while Mayor Spiller, and his council allies apparently stopped caring how bad things look. That is what you did last week when you gave us all the proverbial finger, when you all admitted that you'd never received or read the proposals that you were going to vote on, and David Cummings asked you to table the issue until you had time to read it, and you all said no. And then Robin tried to tell us the process for how we always choose the lower contract, and we've worked with these people before, and we have lots of money to burn on a contract that she's never read. Actually, that's not the process. And procurement anomalies are another thing that we need to be seriously concerned about. We have a procurement officer.
Thank you.
What you do is illegal and improper and costs us a lot of money. Please stop.
Good evening. That was quite a list, you guys. Shame. While you protect democracy to just fill your pockets and your political war chest, citizens are coming up over and over again to try and actually save whatever is left of democracy in this town. And it's really sad, but there's not a lot. I would like to thank Mr. LaPola for having the police chief come and present tonight. as I attempted to say earlier, getting a little bit, a start of the data was super helpful. I actually ran a volunteer group for many years in New York City supporting a police department on the way Upper West Side. I think what police do are very important and needs to be supported. But the problem is, in this town, the town council never asks for data. Not of the police, not of the fire, not of anyone. You guys spend more money on public safety than any other similar town. And maybe it's because we have different needs. And maybe it's because we do such an incredible, outstanding job. But if that is the case, you need to prove it because we're not seeing it. Okay? The laundry list of really shameful, undemocratic things that you guys have been doing since the beginning of your tenure. Really, it's terrible. I don't know how you guys live with yourselves. It's not right. This is a town where people actually believe in democracy. Do us a favor, just leave so we can start all over again.
I'm Mariana Horta, 80 Gordon Hurst Avenue, but I might as well be the same person as June right now. You know, Mary Spiller, a friend of mine, knows the attorneys for Rao, and before it was reported, he told me that you had pled the fifth. And when I heard that, I felt a lot of empathy for you, because I tried to put myself in your shoes, and I thought, what would be the day after for me? What would it feel like if I were a public official, an elected mayor, responsible for taking care of the needs of 40,000 people in this town, and I had to plead the fifth in a civil suit, which, you know, it's not the same as claiming the fifth on a criminal suit, which anyone who has 2 neurons working would do, right? When you claim the fifth on a civil suit, you have to claim it over and over and over again. You're not just not showing up to a deposition. You're there, and the attorney asks you, and then you claim the fifth. And then she asks another question, and you do it again. And she asks another question, and you do it again. And she asks another question, and you do it again. And every time you do it, a criminal court can't use it, but the civil court can. They can draw adverse inferences for every time you plead the fifth. So you're basically admitting to wrongdoing over and over and over again. And that means you're throwing the township under the bus. You're ensuring that we lose that very expensive case while we pay for your personal attorney to defend you. You're saving yourself, you're throwing the township under the bus. And I thought, after that, how would I live with myself? What would be the day after? How would I look at my child? How would I look at my partner? How would I look at my neighbors? You know, how would I face anyone after that? The shame I would feel. I would feel a lot of shame. So I truly felt a lot of empathy for you. I wondered where you could go from there. You know, perhaps Hawaii would be a good idea. I wouldn't want to go as far as possible. I felt so much shame on your behalf. And then that turned to the worst feeling in American public life these days, which is outrage. Because I felt outrage when I found out that you'd be giving a speech today, as if nothing happened, as if you had any legitimacy, as if you had the right to be here, as if we owed you respect. We don't. I felt empathy for you. Now I just feel outrage, because you don't. You lost all legitimacy. You have no right to be here. We don't deserve this. You should not be here. I hope you feel the shame that I felt on your behalf. Shame. You owe us a lot of shame. In addition to money. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no one else for public comment, I'll close public comment. Mr. Deputy Mayor, anything?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, two things real quick. There were two things, and it's late, and I know it, but, you know, sat here all night. There was a great event at the Women's Club of Upper Montclair. We attended the luncheon there, which was great. And many of us attended the high school where they did the We the People again, which is always a great event.
That's a phenomenal.
I love that. Yeah, quite frankly, I wish we had it when I was in school, but thank you to the teachers who put that on and to CGI. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Schlegel?
Nothing.
Councilman Terry?
Nothing.
Councilman Russo?
Yes, I'd just like to say that we're in a new year now. It's January, and the beginning of this month, 3 public officials that served Montclair well, that I've had the opportunity to work with over the years, were retired. Whatever politically happened, it's unfortunate we've lost them. We have good representatives now. Senator John McKeon is our new state senator. Assemblywoman Alex Ankalatzos-Gill is our new assemblywoman. But we've lost a great assemblyman who's a great labor leader, Tom Giblin, who served us for many, many years and did a lot of charitable work in town. So I want to salute Tom Giblin. I want to salute Senator Nia Gill, who helped many times get aid for Montclair for school transportation aid. And she served a long 30 years in the State Assembly and Senate. And then, of course, Senator Richard Cody, who did represent Montclair for many years. His family had a funeral home in Montclair. So Senator Cody, Senator Gill, and Assemblyman Giblin, I want to thank you on behalf of Montclair for all the hard work you did and welcome our new legislative leaders. The only other comment I have is that the senior citizens came to us a month ago, 2 months ago, and asked us to appoint a committee to deal with the senior center issue. And I see we're not going to have a session to do appointments tonight. I regret that because people have been waiting to be reappointed. Their terms have expired as of the 31st of December in a lot of committees, including the zoning board, which asked that we please appoint people. My colleagues, I'm asking you to do the right thing and get these things done. So now we're going to go home. It's 11:30, and we've heard a lot of criticism, and I hope the public understands that I was not a part of a lot of the things that you've complained about. But I feel badly about how this town council has worked, and you see tonight again, postponement of working on all these different issues that people are concerned about. The senior citizens asked me today, well, will that finally be appointed, Bob? No, we're not going to deal with the senior citizens' request for a senior center. We're not going to appoint the people on the zoning board that have expired. We're not going to put the people on Civil Rights Commission. We're not going to put the people on the people with disabilities. 3 of them were here tonight. They've expired. Wendy, who spoke, she's expired. They've expired. Yeah, we can have holdovers, but if you like to see that great movie, The Holdovers, I just regret that I'm up here working with a group that does not want to get things done. Okay? Good night. You don't want to get things done, so you're going to do it.
Councilwoman?
It's not funny, Roger.
I wasn't going to say much, but there's no need to be offensive, Bob. That's all I'm going to say. That said,
yeah, and I didn't do those things
All
that
right.
some of you did. Oh,
All
that's
right.
right, I didn't do
Please
some of those things.
stop. I'm going to say CGI was fabulous. I was really glad to be there as a judge. It was, the first time I was there with one of my kids, then Councilman Spiller was one of the judges. Anyway, I'm tired. Have a good night, everybody.
Councilman Cummings?
Yeah, just, I want to make sure that properly, so resolution for the Aubrey Group 24032 did not pass.
That's correct.
Okay, just want that on the record. Second thing, Friday, Roger and I will be at Glenfield Community Center for, we lost 3 really important, well, really Fourth Ward people in the last 2 weeks. Kenny McDougal was a cop in Orange. I'm talking about folks who since I was a child. Swab passed away, and Larry, Audrey Fletcher's brother. And so we'll be memorializing Larry on Friday, and this will be, we talk about being there forever. Some people talk about that. Well, if you want to see the Fourth Ward in Montclair, come by Glenfield Park Friday, and you will see a lot of folks who grew up here, and I just want to acknowledge that just because Audrey Fletcher's one of the people, I stand on her shoulders, see her picture over there, and so I just want to acknowledge that because I know she'll be in town, and it's great. And yes, the CGI program is great. The students were unbelievable. I have no idea how they remembered citing those law cases, history. Yeah, without a cart, it was just like phenomenal. And, so that's one small learning community that's getting it done, and forget about it. It was tremendous. It was a good way to spend the 2 hours.
Absolutely.
Mr. Attorney, anything?
Nothing, Mayor.
Madam Clerk?
No report, Mayor, thank you.
Mr. Manager?
Just two things briefly, Mayor. First of all, last Thursday I had a meeting with those same senior citizens. Actually, it was representatives of both groups within the community. It was extraordinarily productive. It lasted a few hours. We have another meeting scheduled the week after next. I heard their ideas. It was a frank exchange. I think it was extraordinarily positive, and I'm looking forward to working with them. The second thing is that we've established the Cleary Anderson Advisory Committee. Our first meeting is February 6th. We look forward to getting the input of the community as to exactly what we should be proposing for that for Cleary Anderson. So that's the two updates for right now.
Great, thank you. And speaking along those lines, I'll just say this. Thank you all for sharing that. A lot of great things going on in town always. I'll give you a lot of credit, Councilwoman Schlager. You and I did not slip when we went on the ice for the Montclair Cup over at Cleary. And certainly exciting game, ended in the 1-1 tie, but it was really an example of seeing our kids really having a ton of fun, and so many other students who were out and members of the community, but it was really nice to see the energy in there, and a lot of fun for sure. So, congratulations to both of them for their efforts. With that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. We are adjourned. Have a great night.
Okay.